Yeah. It is 12:50. We are running a little bit late. Hit this play button. Grab this menu. And we'll turn on monetization. And we'll grab, excuse me. Let's go ahead and replace this description. What if every Pokemon card was free, not clickbait? What's up, guys? Oh man, I feel all messed up, kinda. I didn't sleep at the usual time, but I slept. So my brain feels all like weird. It's really wonky feeling. Here we are. Open this up. Hit the save button there. Almost done, guys. I'm about to share the link. RIP YouTube Pride emotes. What? Mr. only goes live when it benefits him. The refresh button here. Alright, and then we'll jump right over here now. And we'll put this down as well. What is this music? This is from Smash Brothers? I don't remember this at all. Okay, we're cleaning up some of these links. We do not need all this open. Good. Here's our submission to PSA. Let's see how that is coming along. Still stuck on grading.
YouTube really removed the Pride emotes after Pride and Eat It, dear God. They just follow trends. Also, Ripshine Clothing Company.
I mean, it's like if they added a bunch of Christmas emojis during Christmas and then took them away when Christmas is over. I don't honestly think it's some huge deal. You know what I mean? You know, a lot of people are mad that businesses do that, but it's like the Pride month is over, so what are you expecting? Alright, I got some emails, all junk emails, deleting all of them. These aren't paid for Pokemon card emails. I don't want them. Alright, now where are we? Down here it says Jadrana Hadrovic, 151 Snipe. Okay, we'll start there. Jadrana. Ooh, wow, look at all these fancy slabs, dude. So tonight, no 1080p stream. Unfortunately, my phone is not charged enough for that. We only got 66 viewers. Hit that like button for me. It is 4th of July weekend, though. Oh my dear God, was it busy today. The lake was so busy. How you guys doing? We went out. My wife's friends came over for, she has like lesbian friends. And they came over because it was one of their birthday. It was such a nice time. We all hung out. We had cake. I had a little bit of cake for the first time in like, when was the last time I had dessert? Like 3 months ago? But I only had a little bit, okay? So I did very well. So I don't think it's gonna affect like my diet or anything like that. And most importantly, I'm not gonna eat any more of it. Mister, they gonna steal your girl. I know, they might. They had a third friend. Here we are. They had a third friend, and that's why I missed my regular sleep. See, they came over when I should have been sleeping, and what happened was I hung out with them. I took them out on the boat, so that was really fun. I'm like, hey, I'm a successful guy with the boat. Come hang out with me. So we had boat babes for a day, and then they all went swimming, so we went swimming in the lake together. The water was amazing. It must have been like 85-degree water, not even slightly chilly, extremely warm. Let me turn this down a little bit. Extremely warm. And then after that, my head was just spinning. It was like 4:30 p.m. I'd had no sleep. I told them, I gotta go to bed. So they all left to go bar hopping, I guess. And They hung out till much later in the day, but I got my sleep in, so I feel well rested. But it's weird because it's like I slept at the wrong time of the day. So yeah, it's a strange thing. So anyways, let me get some penny sleeps. So my whole day was very busy. I didn't get anything done. Nothing related to Pokemon. They got a little tour of my home. People are always 100% shocked when they learn what I do. It reminds me that what we do here is just, it's a very unusual job. Not a whole lot of people doing it. Well, that's not true. A lot of people are doing it, but there aren't a lot of people doing it at the scale that I do it at. So that part's true. Can you give us early people some smooches? Smooch! Mister, your wife went bar hopping? Yeah, they had a designated driver, and she actually likes to drink. She told me all the bars were basically empty for some reason. I was like, oh, where'd my drink go? Hold on, I had a drink. Speaking of which, here we are. I got my water. I treated them all to Mexican food. That feels nice. It feels nice to have enough money to take out like a big group of girls and just like pay for the whole meal. It's a very sexy feeling. But you know, they're not there for me. They're there for each other. And still, it was quite a lot of fun. Here we are. One of those good moments in life when you can afford to treat your friends. So I bet you somebody wants to buy this sexy guy. I was thinking of getting some prices on these. I told you guys before, they're not for sale because they're for breaks in the future. But, you know, if I did an overpriced price on them, maybe somebody would still want to slab it away. So I've considered that now. Mr. Bat the Best! Yeah, it was cool, man. Took them all out to eat, and then I said, here, let me take you away on my boat. It was a really good feeling. I don't get to share my wealth very often.
Know what happens in girls' night out. Hope they weren't a bad influence.
No, they weren't a bad influence. They're from middle of nowhere, by the way. They're from a place called Gerald, Missouri. And they're all sort of laid back. They're not like city girls or anything like that. They're definitely like country girls. Or I don't know how to describe it. They wouldn't be like that. I could tell. Yeah, let's see. Uh-huh. Wow, there's a couple of these for sale. I'm surprised. So, Team Rocket returns reverse foil Togetic. But I don't even feel like I should sell this. So the price on it is supposed to be $145. This is a damn good card. $145 for this? I almost feel like I'd be better off trying to cross-grade it for a 10 at like CGC or something. Man, I do not feel like selling this. $145, that's a good price. The only reason I'm able to sell this and allow myself to sell it is the belief that there are other great deals out there for me to go after one day, but that's really good for some reason. If you don't want to sell, I will just take for free. That's right. Imagine every Pokemon card was free. You like that clickbait title? Oh, look at that. That's not on the card. That's on the slab for some reason. You know, that happens with the slabs. Oh, well. The card inside is safe. That's the whole point of getting a card encapsulated, to keep it safe. Nobody really looks at the back of a card too much anyways. Wow, I don't like these sleeves. You see how, like, murky it makes the card? Look at that. I don't like that. Look how pretty and shiny it was before that point. But then even look at this. So, look at the PSA slab. See, it's kind of foggy, too. I'm telling you guys, CGC's got something special going on. Crystal clear. They're a real competitor, man. CGC is definitely a real competitor. Their slabs are superior quality. Offers you a better view of your own card. Alright, so these are going to be called overpriced cards. You're welcome to buy them if you're interested. They are based on the idea that they are going to be part of breaks where they're overpriced. And in other words, so if I buy a card for like 150, Well, then I want to sell it closer to 220, right? That's the concept. And therefore, I can go in and just buy these straight off the market for market price and still make enough profit that I'd consider selling it. Now, I don't normally offer these for direct sell. I just offer them for the breaks. But now I'm going to offer them directly for sale, for fun, in case you wanted to put one in to slab away. Okay, here it is. Umbreon Neo-Japanese. Whoa, this card has gotten way more expensive over time. Wow. All right, let's see. This is a tricky calculation because you have to consider taxes as well, okay? So I don't want you to forget that when it comes to the price. Taxes, okay? I don't know when this card got so expensive. So you might be considering this card for potential slab away. There we go. This was going to be 1025. Just buy, don't think. The opinions and advice on modern Pokemon is so extremely different from many successful people, including you. What's right? Oh, what are you trying to say? You're trying to say different YouTubers have different opinions on modern, and you're asking what my opinion on modern is? The good news for you is you're in the right place, Mr. Super Dan. My opinion never fails. It's always 100% accurate. No, I mean, usually my predictions are pretty good. I've had one pretty bad prediction, and that was that the Umbreon VMAX alternative art will fall in price. But let me tell you something. I'm still I'm still open-minded to the possibility that that one drops over time. So, you know, for now it's doing well, but I don't know, over time it might not do well. I think what's holding it together is the fact that it's the most popular Sword and Shield card. So every era has a most popular card, right? And for Sword and Shield era, it's going to be that Umbreon. So maybe it's not a surprise. But you know, they're reprinting it right now, right? Okay, are you ready for this one? Remember, oh, I already did this. Remember, this is an overpriced price. You might still be interested. Mistress thoughts are buy all his Pokemon cards, modern and old school. Yeah, if you think about it, for me, let's say I'm a card business. For me, it doesn't matter to me if I make money selling modern or if I make money selling vintage. Makes no difference. So if you're just asking my opinion on predictions, I think that one of the problems for vintage is it's already pretty overpriced. So in other words, the price has been driven up on it by everyone anticipating that vintage is better, there's less of it, it's more safe. And so they ignore modern, they go straight to vintage. Vintage's price goes to the moon, and actually modern is the set with the more opportunity because it comes out at like $120 a box, and that goes to $200 a box faster than the vintage stuff doubles in price, right? So like, let's say you got a $10,000 fossil box. How fast can that actually go to 20,000? So I don't buy fossil boxes because it can't really do that. It can't go to 20,000 that quickly. It's very slow, actually. Oh, this is one of those nice sleeves. Hold on. You bought Lugia. Hi, also write me. I'm buying all the vintage right now. Here we are. But I can tell you, I really don't buy any modern slabs. I do not buy modern slabs for my collection. It is just too risky. There's so many of it. There's so many instances of that card that yet remains to be pulled. So the nice thing about modern is you can go open up modern packs, and then if you get lucky, if you win the gamble, you can make money doing that actually. So, oh, hold on. I typed in 10. What I really meant was not. Oh, there's a Masaki. Oh, I see. Boy, his Masaki cards are gorgeous, dude. I don't know about this Masaki card here. All right, remember, these are overpriced prices. If you don't like them, please do not buy them. I'm just offering them for some people who will be like, well, I'd like to see it anyways. It's got like a special swirl or something. Oh, wow, that's really pretty. He does have a swirl under his butt. Mr. ignoring me, I'm getting pissed. What are your thoughts on the Poncho Pikas going up in price? I'm not a fan. But I'm also not a fan of the Illustrator. Sometimes the market likes things that I find ugly, and that's not up to me. I don't know if I'm first, but I sent some money for Umbreon Slab Away. This one here? All right. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking some people might actually slab it away despite the price hike. I missed my Pride emoji, Masaki Gengar, for only $26. We need Pride Year emoji. Ow. Man. That was a little piece of chocolate, I think. All right, so let's see. Mr. Typhlosion. Such a pretty card. Damn, those dark Typhlosions are ugly. All right, so let's take a look at this Typhlosion. You ready? So this one's not going to be as crazy. What is this music? Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm feeling all right. Why you ask? All right, we are done pricing up some overpriced slabs. Let's go ahead and take a look into the line. See if anyone's got some cards they want to open. Did we open for Jadrana? I don't think we did. Jadrana. Mister, you sound tired. Really? There we go. Well, I just woke up. I was telling you guys my sleep schedule was very odd today. I actually did get an appropriate amount of sleep, but it occurred at a very strange time. Normally I sleep, when do I normally sleep? I sleep like 8 a.m. to about 3 p.m. Today, I went to sleep at like 4 p.m. and woke up almost at 12 a.m. So very unusual. But plenty of sleep, right? Jadrana, that was not a snipe. Yeah, I might sound different or tired or something. I don't know. You sound gay. I'm gay. It's July 1st. No more gay mister. That's right. After July 1st, I'm no longer gay. Let's see. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. My wife used my credit card a bunch today, so I got all these punishing payments on it. Garrett Nadal, 6 avatar packs. What's up, Garrett? Pride Month goes to Mrs. Head. I saw you at a PSA 10 Altart Rayquaza. Are you putting that up for slab away? I can overprice that and put it up for slab away if you're interested. Last night you were on fire talking about how America is better. Caca, America. Here we are. All right. Well, you know, I say America is better in a very sort of strict way. My concept of nations is very different than when I was a child. When I was a child, I viewed the nations as sort of like being in competition with each other to a certain degree. Nowadays, I think the way it really works is there's a small group of global elite who don't live in any country. They have homes all over. They have yachts. They have private jets. They have preferred places they like to live, but they don't consider any country their home. They own the majority of the assets and businesses and money in the world. And really, you're just sort of like a cattle for them, whether you're in the United States, whether you're in the United Kingdom, whether you're in France. You're just sort of like their consumer, their good little consumer, their good little wage slave. And they pretty much run and control and own everything. And so the concept of an American flag or British flag or all these other flags, they're kind of less meaningful. They don't really mean as much because there is no great pack of leaders protecting the UK or big pack of leaders protecting the US. They don't care if you buy Nike tennis shoes in the US or if you buy them in Zimbabwe. They don't care. They just want you to keep working and keep buying. And that is the majority, in my opinion, the majority of people who run the country and the world now. They do not care what country you're from. They're called globalists. They do not care about U.S. versus Britain. They don't care about U.S. Exceptionalism, so they have no interest in that. Oh, Katara is saving Aang. Get you a woman who can save you from drowning. Here we are. Well, I don't think he was drowning in that scene. She was just saving him. Here we are. So I strongly believe that is kind of how it works, because you have these major corporations, really big corporations, and they are in control of the majority of the assets in the world, and they do not consider themselves American. They do not consider themselves European. They do not consider themselves African or Mexican or Latino, I mean. They don't consider themselves any of those things. They are just there to sell you goods from any place, anywhere across the whole world. They consider themselves global citizens. And that's not good for you. If you're an American citizen, that's not good for you. You really ought to have the people in power be invested in your particular country so that they're fighting for you. That's over. You have to start thinking of the world differently. You're no longer an American citizen. You are also a global citizen because your leaders are that way. So they're not going to protect America for you, but they will expect you to be a good American. You need to be a good little American. So you have to be more clever these days and realize the world has changed. There's no more wars in that style. We're going to fight and save our country. From who? Here we are. Yeah, the bad guys own both sides of a war now. Converse made in Vietnam after the war in Vietnam, that would have been a big no-no. I may be interested in Tsabaway for that Altal Ray Ray. Bush knocked down the towers. Loving the Sonic music. We need to start buying American-made stuff. Good thing I'm not an American citizen. Miss, we're talking about France predictions. Is it going under? Oh yeah, France is already done. I think that this is why people get really upset about concepts like who inherits a country. You know, should a country be borderless, limitless immigration, or should a country be, hey, France is for the French? Oh, that's racist. Well, that's because if you're selling product, you don't care who buys your product. People from all over the world can buy your product in France. So all major corporations, the only thing they really want is a maximum capacity country. That's all they want. They want as many cheap laborers and as many consumers as possible. So those places don't really care about the future of a country's identity or culture or any of those things. They got no interest in that. So it's a very different world we live in, and I'm sure there will be a lot of infighting and there will be these sort of quiet culture wars, but it's essentially lost. Consumerism in the end wins. That's because we all love to consume. America's such a great country that even the people that hate it refuse to leave. I hate America. Yeah? Well, why don't you go back to your own country? No, I can't do it. It's complicated. It's like, no, it's not. You can get on a boat and go. You don't want to go because you actually like it here. Oh, gotcha. Here you go, Mr. Garrett. Nice snipe. Bonjour, says Mike's side. There we go. You'd definitely be really corruptive. You're on one tonight. What? What are you talking about? Here we are. 10 Snow Hazard. I am definitely not a globalist at heart. But what I would like to be is a nationalist. But only if I can find a group of nationalists. Which I can't. There is no such thing anymore. It's over. The game's already been lost. Oh, wait, that's 5. We need 10. So for me, since it is apparent to me that the game's already over, I don't think of myself that way. 3, 4, 5. All right. So your goal today is to become as wealthy as possible and to become a global citizen. There we go. Oh my gosh, if Trump gets elected, I'm out of here. If Elon takes over Twitter, I'm out of here. They say it, but quickly shut up and sit back down. I think I've heard Republicans say that kind of stuff too, though. Keep that in mind. I'm on a boat. Ready? Eep. There we go. All right. Mr. Hatem. Do you think USA would have been better off staying with the Brits if it guaranteed free healthcare and no guns? If America was still a British country. There's no such thing as free healthcare. You realize that, right? There is no such thing as free healthcare. So the British pay for their healthcare, and it costs them 45% income tax for their entire life. So it's extremely difficult to become wealthy in the UK, even if you're a healthy person. See, I'm not even that healthy of a person, but there are people who are. They work hard to keep their health good, and they deserve to pay less in healthcare over their lifetime. So that allows them to build wealth because they made healthier choices in their life. But instead, they're busy paying for obese people and people who make terrible choices like smoking and drinking. So that's socialized healthcare. You have to pay for everyone else's unhealthy decisions, and you think that it's free. It's not free. It's all paid for. You pay for it with taxes. Here we are. Squawkability. As for guns, I'm sad to see all of the mass shootings occurring in the United States. There's a lot of gun violence, but it's not just gun violence. There's stabbings. There's there's car attacks, and the real question is, why is there so much of these attacks in general? But yes, I mean, if you were to take all the guns away, the guns would go down. The gun shootings would go down. Maybe you would see a rise in knife attacks. Maybe you'd see a rise in vehicle attacks. I don't know. Maybe you'd see a rise in bombings. More money, more problems. I get free healthcare. You're wrong about UK income tax. I'm close to being totally debt-free in my 40s. Well, I mean, all if you would like, all we can do is compare taxes between the UK and the United States. What is this crazy music, man? We've done this multiple times on this stream. I think a lot of people in Europe are surprised to see the difference. Okay, so, but I'll just show you real fast. Income tax. Here it is. So check out these tax rates in the UK. 12,000 pound to 50,000 pound is already a whopping 20%. And then if you make 50,000 pound to 125,000 pound, it shoots all the way up to 40, dude. In the US, you know how many people that is? That's like most people reach that point. Most people in a good career reach this point. So you're saying about 50% of my income could be taxed at almost half. And then some lucky people even get over this and they take 45%. So they're just shying away from taking literally half of all your income after this amount. Here we are. This guy stinks, says these nuts. That is not most people in the United States. It's one, leave me alone. Here, let's see. So that's UK tax rate. Let's see, USA tax rates. Here it is. Well, that's Forbes. So try to keep a memory of that. So the United States, is that married or non-married? Hold on. Oh, here we go. So if you're married in the United States, so this is married in the United States, from 20,000 to 83,000, 12%. That's almost half of what you guys pay in taxes. So there it is. From 20 to 83, all the way up to 83. Because remember, the cutoff point for you guys was like 50 or something like that, right? It's like up to 50,000 pounds. So this is 12%. Of course, pound converts roughly to maybe a little less than this in the UK. And then this is the interesting part. So 22%, $83,000 to $178,000. 22%. Somebody in the UK would have paid 40%, literally twice as much. You realize how much money that is? And then this is where it gets really interesting. Let's say you're successful like my wife and I are. We're successful. So 178,000 to 340,000. This actually affects us right here. This number does 24%. See this number? That's huge. I would have been paying 45 in your country. I pay a half of that here in the United States. That's a big freaking deal, dude. Does that leave me enough money for my health care? It does. Does it leave me enough money to pay my student loan? It most certainly does. So in the end of the day, you guys lose more of your money paying that 45% tax rate over your entire life, right? Because it's not like it's just a couple years. It's your whole life you pay that 40 and 45%. Mr. IQ, take notes. Show them your bank statements, mister. You should be paying more taxes, LMAO. They really don't make the money. We should be paying less taxes in the States. Right, we consider, in the United States, those tax brackets we just looked at, we consider that high taxes. So in the United States, we go, why are you taxing us so much? It used to be cheaper. That's considered high now. Mr. Hathim, let's put this away. You're wrong, mister, says Cheese. Here we go. That's why people in Europe don't work as much, because it's not worth it to work more. Well, that's one of the side effects of high taxes, is people don't want to work as much. They go, why would I work a couple extra hours if I'm just going to lose half of that to the 45% tax rate? So you have your most clever, hardest working people who are higher earners. They clock out. They say, I'm not doing any more productivity today. I'm not going to get paid for productivity. 6 corrupted, 151. So think about how that affects your total output in your country. Your guys stop working. They go, I'm not going to work 45% taxes. I'm done. No point working any harder this year. Just going to go on vacation now. You know what I mean? I'd make the same choice. If I was getting taxed at 50% of my income, I'd be like, I'm done working for the year, guys. I made the max amount. No more work for me. Screw it. So your country loses so much productivity that could have also been taxed, let's say at a rate of 24%, but you lose it because you're taxing at 45%. And then the ironic thing is a lot of uneducated people go, well, it should be even higher. Duh, we need more money. We need more money. The government doesn't have enough money. Well, yeah, because you scared all the money away. There we are. 6 corrupted. That's because money goes where it's treated best. Right? Money goes where it's treated best. There we are. It goes to other countries, then our politicians get kickbacks. That's right. I'm not disagreeing with that. I think that's very possible. Next up, Nicholas DeMarcus, 5 Japanese, 151. New bag. Also, you get no bitches. Hey! All right, you ready? When bitches hear me talking about the tax rates in the United States, the panties get so wet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, he really knows the basic mathematic difference between two countries' tax rates. Wow, this guy's hot. I have a hard time thinking about tax when we say gun, allow for people to destroy tyrannical government. In the UK, the average salary is 26K, so you're paying less than 20%. Yeah, but listen to yourself, Jam Bobby. What you're telling me is nobody even makes money in the UK. You're saying that, hey, we don't pay that 40%, 45%, because don't worry about it. We don't even get paid anything. That's not an attractive thing to say, is it? In the United States, we care about that stuff because we actually do get paid at rates like, at like 70,000, 80, 90, 100. There we are. I mean, my wife's she's a software engineer. You know that. And let's see. Average software engineer. Okay, so the average income for a software engineer in California is between $85,000 and $190,000. So if they were doing that job in the UK, they would definitely start paying some of that income at the 45% bracket. And then quite a lot of it would get taxed at the 40% bracket. I mean, that's half of their income. So the government would say, gimme. Come on, gimme. Why would you ever want to be a software engineer in that country? Just move to one of the other countries and keep like half of your income. You know what I mean? So if you come out and you say, well, we don't even make that much, that's not a good, that's a very bad sign. You should get paid well. Whoa, what's this? Woo, all right. Oh, man, so sexy. Picking up your SAR Charizard. It's Barney the dinosaur. He grew wings. Oh, my God. I knew Barney was Charizard. I love you. Here we are. Don't be butthurt you didn't leave with Daddy. USA during the divorce. Here we are. Hitmonlee and Mewtwo. I'm Trust Find Baby. LMAO disregard. Who are you talking about getting paid those salaries? Most of the United States is very affordable. California and New York are the worst for the most parts of the states. When is the Zelle orders? Very soon. Very soon. That's a female pregnant Zard. It's obesity Charizard. Let's see. So that was for our friend Nicholas DeMarcus. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. What is this music? This is supposed to be Smash Brother music. Oh, that's Carolexis. Hold on, I gotta change this music before it makes my brain explode. I don't recognize this music at all. No wonder France was protesting before due to raising the Social Security age. Right, well, really, there should be no Social Security age, just like there should be no Social Security at all. You should just retire off of your own income. And the government should then reduce taxation that it normally would have collected for the socialist retirement. Okay, so you should have to earn your retirement off of your own money, off of your own wages. So you can retire earlier if you save up and if you work harder and if you pursue higher paying jobs. But if you never really work hard, if you just kind of do derpy dumb jobs your entire life and you never save, you just constantly spend, you're not going to retire. You're going to stay broke, you're going to stay poor, and you're just going to work until you're really, really old. So, but those are different choices that different people make. When somebody else pays for your retirement, then yeah, of course you don't have the incentive to work harder. Oh, he said new bag. I'm such a goof. All right, here we go. I'm looking all over for Nicholas DeMarcus. Nicholas, that's going in the cool kid box, Mr. Nicholas. Great pull, man. All right. All right, lovely. Why should anyone be responsible for paying for you to retire? It just suggests perhaps that the government doesn't believe that the average human being could possibly take care of themselves. That's what it suggests. Yes, you're not intelligent enough to save up for yourself. We'll have to do it for you by taxing you. Of course, we keep some of it, but we'll take your money from you. We'll retire for you because you're not intelligent enough to do that on your own. The sad part is maybe they're right. Yeah, you ever think of that? Maybe they're right. Maybe the average human isn't capable of making good choices in life. That's a very democratic point of view. And here we are. That is not a conservative point of view, but they could be right. All right. Average USA salary for $58,000. In the UK, if you work, you also get a state pension, which is enough to live on for your entire life, as well as healthcare and dental. Yeah, but if you're earning $58,000 a year in the United States, you realize we get health and dental from our jobs. Do you realize that? My wife gets health and dental, so we don't need the state to give us health and dental. We already get it. So you're like, yeah, the state pays for our healthcare. My wife gets healthcare paid for. You have to get a job that does that for you. Many jobs do not. There's a lot of like Walmart type jobs, Target, McDonald's, maybe Starbucks. Actually, Starbucks might actually do it. So there's a lot of low paying jobs that don't bother with that stuff because they can't afford to give you that stuff. But a lot of, you said 58,000, a lot of jobs in that price range are going to give you healthcare. They are going to give you dental. And so the goal is to not be a McDonald's worker. That's the goal. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. But you know, in the United States, we already have social programs for poor people to get health care. So rich people or people earning a good income, they get it from their job. And then if you're not getting it from your job, you can apply to get into a state government healthcare system. So it already exists. Hugo Hopman, slab away Japanese Umbreon. You got it, Hugo Hopman. All right, here he is. Walmart does have good benefits if you work there at least 6 months. There you go. So places like Walmart and Amazon might actually offer decent we call them benefits. That's what they're called. So, you know, if you're from Europe and you've never heard of this before, the company covers your healthcare and your dental and all this other stuff. And you might have what's called a copay. You pay some of it. All right, Hugo Hopman. But obviously, you're not paying as much taxes, so you're supposed to have you're supposed to have money left over. You're supposed to have money left over at the end of the day. All right, let's see. Hugo Hopman. Of course, one of the real problems with healthcare in the United States is, for whatever reason, it simply costs more here. The prices are so high, man. I've heard it's because America is so wealthy that they expect you to be able to pay more. That's a real problem. Okay. There you go, you're in. So what happens now, Mr. Hugo, is we place you off to the side, and your name is in our system over here. Hugo Hopman. Dun-dun. Actually, I believe we need to remove 20... Oh, right. We need to remove the $100 from it. Hold on, let me see exactly how much we remove. So, we remove 75 from it is what we remove, right? So, this comes down to 950. Boom. All right, cool. If you work 40 hours a week, work 39 hours, earn you more a week. The more hours you work, the more taxes they take. How does one earn a free card? By being silly cute. Are you silly cute? You're such a cutie pie. I want a job at the alt-art printing factory. I've heard the benefits are great. Oh, man. I'm loving these benefits. How's the vintage box break coming along? Oh, it's coming. Slowly. Here it is. So Sam Ranga wins a pack on the box, and Steven Mitz puts in for a slab away for another pack. So here's where we are. 14 packs deep. Here's the base set booster Sublist. This gives you a 1 in 34 odds for a one whole pack of it and to be added to the list. So if you win in here, you get put over here like Sam Ranga did. That takes a while. You got any breakdance Genesex? No. All right, let's see. Who's next? Oh, it's Zelle's turn. All right, Mr. Eric Lopez. Thanks for your patience. Eric Lopez, one celebration snipe. You got it, man. Really interesting conversation about... I think you could mark our conversation is where is it more affordable or better to live from a financial point of view. And I can say pretty confidently it's got to be the United States. Got to be. Here we are. The trick in the United States is to go after a smart degree, if you go for a degree at all, and to stay healthy. So stay healthy in the United States, eat well, brush your teeth, and go for a cheap, high-paying degree like engineer. And then you take your cheap degree, you pick up $100,000 a year, you get married, and you pay like 22% taxes on a $100,000 income. It's great. Now you're going to buy a big fancy home, you're going to retire nice and wealthy, right? And if you can find a girl who's doing that too, and you both make $100,000, well, now you're making $200,000, and you're really still only paying 24% taxes. Remember those tax brackets? That's the dream. That's the new American dream. All right, Eric J. Lopez. Mr. Eric. But you know, it's not just engineering. Engineering's just what I experienced. Medicine pays really well. Does anyone talk about that? All right, Mr. Eric. Great jobs in healthcare. They pay so well over here in the U.S. There are nurses in the United States that earn like $300,000 a year. You know that? That might be something that you didn't know that if you're from the UK, because your nurses get paid like nothing. I've seen it. I've studied it. United States nurses earn a killing. So you might marry a woman who's just a nurse. It's a noble job. It's a very social job. It's a smart job. They might become a nurse and then they're making like $70,000 right off the bat. And you combine that with your salary, whatever you're doing, it becomes some serious moolah, man. Let's see. Living in New York City isn't easy. Yeah, but you're talking about like one of the most expensive cities in the entire world, right? And guess what? You don't have to live there. So a lot of people complain about the price of living in New York. You could just like move to a nice area that isn't New York, you know? There's all these cities all over America. There's tons of them. Here we are. Mary, Ran, he is a nurse, I mean, blank. Wait, what? Oh, Mary Ran. Is Ran actually a nurse? That's cool, man. It's a noble job. People in the top 1% don't just end up with all the money like it falls in their lap. They worked for it. Yeah, so, and people, that's really debatable because some people do inherit their money, but then there's other people who started a business and that's what catapults you into being in that upper echelon. All right, we just got a big order. What is this? Osvaldo for my slab away. And Mr. for shipping. Can you show me the slab case? The slab case. Can you show me the slab case? I don't know what you mean by that. Let me take a look into this, Osvaldo. That is a big payment, Osvaldo. Here it is, Nido King. All right, and that's from March, huh? Nice, man. Let me go find you. Oh, I see. So the slab case would look something like this. This is a CGC display, $18. Designed for CGC slabs, but they also fit PSA slabs anyways. So your card would go into here and would look very cool. He got the Charizard Blastoise Venusaur. To be fair, only nurse practitioners make the good money. Registered nurses don't make as much. You might be right about that. I haven't looked in a while. When I was younger, I considered it. All right. So this is the average income for a registered nurse in California. Are you ready for it? 60 to 100, 78 to 170, 78 to 170. So what's halfway between 80 and 170? What is that, like 120 or something like that? $120,000 a year. I mean, when I was younger, when I was 18, it was like $60,000 or $70,000 a year. So yeah, it's good money. That's like software engineer money. So registered nurse is very, very serious as a career choice. You know, it's crazy. So you guys just saw the average cost of a registered nurse in the U.S. This is in the UK. Are you ready? Registered nurse, UK, £27,000 to £54,000. It's like a penny, dude. That's nothing. It's like maybe about half what we're earning. That's nothing. Like the low end of the scale said $78,000 a year in the US. Think about the difference. That's a common job, by the way. It's a common job available to anyone. It's a common skilled job. And so the low end of the scale for California nurses is $78,000. The low end of the scale for them is £27,000, which translates to about $35,000, maybe $36,000. It's literally half. But then on top of that, they pay 20% taxes on that, like immediately. Wild stuff, man. So they're not making any money. I don't know how they could afford a home. Well, they perhaps they can, but they're not going to afford the kind of home you're going to buy over here. But you know, it's good to live in the UK if you are broke, very unhealthy, and taking a bad degree in education, because everyone else is going to pay for you. You're going to go, thank you for paying for my bad choices. That's the difference. I strongly disagree with it. If I was living in the UK, I'd be voting to end it. I'd say this is a ripoff for everyone else. It's only good for the people who are making terrible life choices, terrible degree choices, and making everyone else pay for it. Or maybe not working at all. There we go. I don't even want to know what the benefits for not working at all are, but I assume there are some. All right. If it's an overnight registered nurse, they get paid even more. What's funny is UK pays the US workers to come here and do travel and to work here. 27K in the UK buys you a house as a starting salary. Yeah, I've heard UK homes are actually quite expensive. So when you do a comparison of homes, the cost per, I already know this because I shop for homes in the UK all the time. Your price per square foot is quite a bit higher than the United States price per square foot. that also does depend on where you live. So I live in Missouri. Houses are a bit cheaper in Missouri. You can get a really big house for cheap out here. But that's between Missouri versus California. California homes are going to be a lot more expensive, but they're like, you can still buy them. They're not like impossibly expensive. Mr. Osvaldo. But yeah, so it's a fascinating thing, because what we're talking about here is the subject of where does my money go furthest? Where do I get paid the best? Where do I get taxed the least? And quality of living and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Mr. Osvaldo Jimenez, he does have a bag. Here we are. He'll want that. Okay, so give me a minute. Because we have better tasting food. I live in the UK. I'm none of those things. We have less obesity than the United States. I don't know if that's true. I thought that UK has some of the worst obesity rates in the world, doesn't it? Isn't it? Hold on, let me look it up. America might be #1 in obesity, so hold on. Which countries have the most obesity? All right. National Math Foundation. Oh, hold on. That's only for the United States. Oh, so surprisingly, it's not America. Will it just show me? Is there not a list? I feel like there should be a list. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Procon.org. Most obese countries in the world. Are you ready? So here are the most obese countries. I'm surprised. Nauru, Cook Island, Palau, Marshall Island, Tuvalu. What's up with these places? These guys really like to eat, huh? There's Samoa. I knew about Samoa. There is. United States is number 12. Saudi Arabia, really? Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Wow, they're living it up over there, guys. United Arab Emirates, New Zealand, Canada, Australia, United Kingdom. So United Kingdom is 27%, which is not that far off from like Canada at 29%. And United States is the winner at 36%. So we are higher than you guys on obesity. But what's surprising is we're 36, you're 27. You're closer to us in obesity than you are further away. So we both have an obesity problem, but yours is not as bad. But it is a problem. About a little more than a quarter of your population is obese. Remember, that's obesity, not just fatness. So if that much is obese, a percentage of it is also fat as well. All right, here we go. Andrea Navarro, One Energy Lotto. Any plans on expanding your sport card section soon? Yes, yes. What's funny is the United States, certain states are actually quite healthy, and then other states are massively unhealthy. So it brings the whole country down if one state's really bad. You know what I mean? Like California, Colorado, those states are healthier. Here goes. Oh! Cold one, Mr. Andrea. Yes, I am interested in expanding sports. I'm saving up some cash, and then I'll be ready to do that, okay? Mexico is #1 when I checked a long time ago. We have way better food. USA is like 10 times the size, so we got a lot more mouths to feed. Well, you could argue one of the reasons that obesity is so bad in America is because we actually don't just have lots of delicious food, but it's also very affordable. So food is just cheaper in the United States. And with cheap food comes fat bellies. Next, Matt Hansen, 5 paradigm triggers. You got it, 5 paradigm triggers for Matt Hansen. I'm Chris Hansen. Have a seat right over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's not good to have such cheap, affordable food, because then you're more likely to overeat it. You know what I mean? It's a problem. It's a problem for all countries. Any developed country ends up with obesity. I was surprised to see Saudi Arabia up there. They're pretty high up there, huh? I didn't know about that. 5 triple beat. Triple beat drop. Bibbidi beep bop. 5 151s. All right, we need some fresh 151s. McDonald's 2 double cheeseburger fries drink for $9. Something like that. Yeah. We all have a problem, in my opinion. Every developed country is fighting to get healthier right now, because it is a serious problem for all. That's not just an America problem. Here we are. Every time a country becomes developed, they get cheap access to sugar, cheap access to processed food, and then their health declines like crazy. I hear that India used to suffer from starvation, and now they're suffering from obesity. So that just shows you how it goes. Here we are. I like that the UK is tougher on food, though. That's one thing that is nice about the UK. They are tougher on food. Pray for a supersized comeback. Mr. McDonald's fixed the obesity issue. They introduced the Grimace Shake. Ah, thank you. Yes, the Grimace Shake. Thank you for reminding me. I hear that the Grimace Shake, every one you drink, removes 1 pound from your waistline. 1 inch. Making me want to order food now, says Big Tony. Big Tony, order some Pokemon cards. It's food for your soul. Food for your eyeballs, actually. It's probably a more accurate description. Here we are. You are the biggest Pokemon collector in the universe. Mexico beans? Better than UK beans. Yeah, that's right. Your beans will never be good. UK? Do they actually taste different? I bet they do, because they're grown in very different parts of the world. I had some Mexico beans today. Dude, I let the waiter pick my food out for me. I said, just give me what you think is best off the menu. He picks probably the grossest thing he could have given me on the menu. It's like chopped up deli ham covered in a bad cheese. What kind of dish is that? It was like some sort of weird, it was like grizzled steak trimmings with ham, just deli ham mixed in, and then cheese put on top. I'm like, how is this even considered a dish? My wife and her friends, every single one of them got a better meal than I did. I got the worst meal there. Next time, I'm just going to pick something with shrimp in it. Yeah, our beans suck. Pinto beans. Which country beans make you fart more? USA food is killing us, but it's damn good. No, it's a serious problem. The whole, food for profit rather than food for health. That's a serious problem. And the United States, I would say, does not rank high on that subject. And it's we talk about it, we rant about it on this channel because we got to get that fixed, man. Here we are. Food for profit versus food for health. Food for nutrition. I think Americans care about it, so I think it will change over time. He got to brag to the manager that he sold one. Yeah. I think the bigger issue is overeating over what we eat. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, so that's portion control. Speaking of portion control, I had sugar for the first time in like 3 months. My God, it's like alcohol for an alcoholic. I had a little slice of cake. I'm talking real small. And it turned my brain on so hard when I took a bite out of it. It was like straight from heaven. The taste of it, the flavor, is a straight dopamine shot. But we were celebrating someone's birthday, and you can't just turn down, oh, here, celebrate by yourself, so. But I didn't eat very much, and now I'm done eating it, so I'm safe. I just have to go back to being boring and not eating any sugar. I think the bigger issue is overeating. There we go. I already read that. Mister got the scraps from the last guy's order. That's actually a good description for the way it looked. It looked like scraps. It looked like grizzly little pieces of steak that got like put through a cheese shredder. And then they fry that up, and then they add like ham to it. And then they put like a mozzarella cheese on it. It was terrible. I didn't consider it a dish at all. So I mostly just ate the rice and beans that came with my dish, and then I just picked off my wife's plate. There we go. When the guy asked me if I wanted a box, I was like, no. I left almost my entire dish on my plate, and he said, you want a box? And I was like, no. And he looked at me like, oh, I picked bad for him, didn't I? Here we go. Here's Peebs a Chew. You can turn down sugar even though you're in birthdays. Yeah, I get that, but really all I did, I just had a small slice. The problem with dessert is I have no ability to regulate how much I eat. So you're allowed to have like a cookie, but the problem is for me, you put a box of cookies in my home, I'll eat the whole box. That's the problem. I'll just be, boom, the whole box is, where did it all go? I'll wake up in a blind stupor. Like, where did all my cookies go? I ate them all. Oh my God. And yeah, so that's my problem. But today I just had a little bit, and I think that's fine. But I'm not going to go back to that, trying to accomplish that, where you're, oh yeah, I'll allow myself to have a little dessert. No, we're going to stick to no desserts in my house. It's been working, guys. I'm losing weight. I'm losing weight. I'm on a positive trajectory. Matt Hansen, Mr. Matt with an M. You should done the dick twist on him. Never screw with the man's food. What? It's all about self-control. I have come to the conclusion, when it comes to dessert, I've got a problem with dessert. I'm like an alcoholic, but for sweets. I didn't think it was a problem. That was the first step, was realizing that it was. I just thought I was a guy who liked sweets. I mean, like John, for example, he's always got like a bag of cookies or candy with them. So I was like John. But you see, John's thin. Actually, I don't know how that works for John. He must not eat much of anything else, because I know the candy is pretty high calorie. So he must eat like just a bag full of candy, and then that's it for the day or something. I hear he has turkey bacon, which also sounds really good. Just tell yourself no. Yeah, that's right. Come on, guys. Just tell yourself no. I don't think you know what it's like. All right, so that was fun. These are overpriced cards. We might need some new overpriced cards up here on the table. Ooh. My advice, when you get to your 40s, even looking at a cheeseburger makes my belt snap. It gets harder the older you get. Good advice. Thank you, Jan Bobby. Yeah, I remember being young and just eating anything I wanted, and it all just burned off of me. So this is going to be called Holland's Electrode. It is a very cool card. Cheapest one is $250, which actually seems kind of cheap for this. This is a really cool card, man. This is only pop 29. Crazy. 250. Great card, by the way. Oh, did you guys see this? Tammy's birthday and Six's birthday. All right, we got some birthday presents for them. You can donate $1 to that. If you donate $5 or more, we'll put your name on the list so that they can see who donated. I don't think he changes, does he? This is nice. Oh, we're supposed to do the giveaway for the vendor series. All right, it is time for the giveaway for the vendors. So before we give it away, everyone needs to know how to become a vendor in case you wanted to become one. So this is the vendor giveaway. Let's give him a new sleeve. There we go. This is none other than the Blue Deck Squirtle. Very envious poker card. Valuable. Really nice. I love this music that's playing. I'm 42, 43 in December, and still have a very high metabolism. Yeah, everyone's different. Everyone's different. So some people can't eat that much. Some people can eat a lot. The trick is to know what you can do and then to live within those boundaries. So what is the vendor giveaway? Hold on, let me remove. Wait a second. Osvaldo Jimenez. It says Nido King. Did I give him the right thing? I bet I did. I bet you Osvaldo did. There we go. Did I do Osvaldo correctly? I hope I did. All right. That was the other one. So, jumping over to our server. First of all, what you need to know is we have a server called Pokestan Marketplace. Here it is. This is called Pokestan Marketplace, a Discord server. When you go in there, this is a place for buying and selling slabs and other stuff. So people come here and they sell their stuff. But in order to sell, you have to have the vendor role. So if we look over here, you can see our vendors. They got a green name. Click on Dan. You can see he has a role called Vendor 2.0. This gives him permission to sell stuff in this channel, in this server. To do that, you have to come over here. Where to? Oh, to the main. How to get the vendor role. Click on that. There it is. Here's how to get the role. Type donate in the bot chat channel to contact the donate bot. Pay $6 to give yourself the vendor role. This is a subscription to the role. You'll now have access to all the selling channels. So that's how getting the vendor role in Pokestan Marketplace works. It's a $6 a month subscription. And what's cool about it is once you're in, it puts you in here. So this is the giveaway channel. This is the vendor giveaway for this month of June. It is now over. But if you sign up right away, you can jump in right now, okay? Like, look, Big Tony jumped in today. Did he just jump in right now? I think he might have jumped in right now. Yeah, he did, 152. So if you are a vendor and you haven't guessed in here, by the way, you're out of time. You need to come guess. Look at this guy, Jumpy, Jumpy, Jumpy. He changed the status of his, delete this. He changed the status, so we'll push him back out real fast. So these guys are all in the vendor giveaway. They have the vendor role, and this is the card being given out. So for $6 a month, you're getting a chance at this card. When this ends, we'll pick the next good card, okay? That's how the vendor role is working. So you pay a fee to sell there. but you get to be in a really nice giveaway anyways. So to be honest, it's kind of like you're just buying a monthly energy lotto for some nice card. That's what it's like, okay? Now, the reason we have to have that fee is to make sure we filter out all the people who don't have legitimate PayPal accounts. It's a great filter, and make sure that it's people who actually are able to, you know, pay for something and not just scam. So it's been a great feature for sort of getting rid of unwanted, you know, scam artists. Edwin says, why did I get kicked out? Were you the guy who I just pushed out? It says you don't have the role anymore. Your name was in white. Mr. talking about socialism on his video title and his devaluation of my college degree. I mean, Pokies. We've genetically modified almost every crop at this point. Me, I'm a vendor, says Super Dan. Rigged. Can I advertise my eBay store on Pokestan? I believe you can. Let me show you. So in Pokestan, once again, you do have to be a vendor, but you can come up here to a place called eBay Profiles. You click on eBay Profiles, and people actually do share their eBay accounts. So this is a list of everyone's eBay account. This channel is to show off a link to your eBay account and help authenticate who you are. I think there's even, yeah, there's this channel here called eBay Listings. Actually, let's put these together. There we go. So in eBay Listings, you can post a listing to one of your own listings. There you go. So I don't know if anyone's using that channel much, though. It might not be popular. Do you do Osvaldo Jimenez on Zelle? That's me. Yes, sir, Mr. Osvaldo. You had the shipping and the completed slab away. So, Osvaldo, you didn't have a Nidoking. What you had were these guys. Oh! It is wrong. That's Octavio Melendrez. Oh, my God. I was giving you the wrong thing. Let me go grab it. I was wondering why it said Nidoking. Don't worry, John would have caught that during the shipping process. We have checks for my mistakes. I'm surprised nobody else saw that. You had a Nidoking. Here we are. I gotta get some lights installed over here, man. It's too dark in this room. It's actually very dark where I look over at the slabs. But it's funny because I didn't notice it once we were sitting down. Bruh. All right. You guys didn't see that. Giovanni's Nidoking. Woo! No, my slab was Nidoking. Here we are. Yeah, it was. Don't worry, John would have caught that. John's job is to catch those issues. Otherwise, maybe you'd have snuck away with some free slabs. Either way, you would have gotten this, I promise you. I've done that before. There we go. We always fix it. All you got to do is, all you would have had to do is show me a picture of Octavio Melendrez's slab and been like, that's not mine. And I've been like, oh my God. Then we would have fixed it for you. But John, it wouldn't have mattered anyways because John would have caught it during the shipping. That's part of the shipping process, is to check the names on the slabs. The plot thickens. I have a loose grasp on reality these days, guys. Did I tell you I just woke up today? All right, let's go. Let's get the next order. Are you happy? I'm sorry about that, man. Vintage cards are really special, ain't it? It is. Do you have any EX era poker slabs? Pokey slabs. Yeah. So, well, these are EX era. Right? Ta-da. Can you show slab display? Yeah, so a slab display looks like this. If you're thinking about buying one for Nidoking, see? I believe this is $16 and this is $18 if you'd like to add one to your order. See? They're really nice. They will protect your slab more, and they make your card seem even more expensive when you display it. You know, so when you put one of these up here, people see it and they go, oh, that one must be extremely fancy because it's got this extra plastic around it. See what I'm saying? You ever see people display like their best card, like a card shop? They don't just leave the slab out in the open. They have it in an extra display like that, see? Very fancy looking. That's why I offer them. You know, I don't sell a lot of accessories for Pokemon cards, but those are one of the few things I do sell because I really believe in them. And actually, I have sold a crazy number of these now. I've sold, I think, 150 of those slabs protectors, the displays. I think I've sold about 150 of them ever since I introduced them to the channel. Because I know we completed the other box, and the other box was 100 slabs, and we're about halfway through the remaining box. It's vendor giveaway time. That's right. Well, we're going to give it one last day. So vendor giveaway ends tomorrow. And so this is to give people a chance to jump into Pokestay Marketplace and get into the vendor giveaway. In fact, I can see Jumpy Jumpy Jump is back in. Thank you, Mr. Jumpy Jumpy Jump. Let me put this back over here. I don't want you to miss out on that Jumpy Jumpy Jump. And now I'm going to go ahead and take care of the next order. We have Josh McCullough, 2 Azure Lane, 1 Sneaker Bunko. Josh, are you new? You sound new, Josh. I can't wait to send my 9.5 for the new label. I like it. Me too. I might buy one display, my CGC 8.5 Water Energy. What is the best set that is new that you would invest in? Oh, so what set would I invest in right now? That's tricky. Right now, I haven't been buying any sets. I've been buying 9.5s. Yeah, you want to see a 9.5 I found on the market the other day? Let me show you one. So I've been buying CGC 9.5s because I'm excited for the crossover. And here's one. I just bought it. All right, I'm zooming. So I bought this just a couple days ago. June 29th, I bought this guy. So that's holographic Japanese Gengar, and he sells for like 600 as a PSA 10. So for $5, I'm going to reholder him, and then I'm going to try and sell him for like, what, 500 or 540 or something like that, right? Then my price is still better than PSA, and people are really going to consider it, in my opinion. So, and that's like an instant flip. So that's what I've been doing. I have not really been buying any new, let's say, seal product. I've been buying 9.5s that are heavily underpriced compared to the price of the PSA 10. Oops. Little too late to invest in the investable sets. 151 might be good. 5-year hold. Yeah. So is V-Star Universe. Why shouldn't you buy V-Star Universe in that case? So it's really hard to tell. Yeah, you can just buy as much sealed product as you want. Generally, I would say look for sets that have cards that go for a whole lot of money. So, for example, Disney 100 from Weiss. Why don't you buy a case of that? Just sit on that. Because if the Mickey Mouse never falls in price and they don't reprint it a bunch of times, that set could get real expensive because the Mickey Mouse goes for a couple $1,000s. But you just never know what's going to happen. Maybe people lose interest in Mickey. Jesus Christ, man, that cleavage. All right, Josh. You told me Tag Bolt about 2 years ago was undervalued. I bought 6 boxes, and they have mooned. I was right, right? I got a whole case of those, by the way. I've got a case of the Tag Bolt because I was like, dude, this set's got Suicune in it. It's got Lugia in it. It's got the birds in it, the Latios in it. It's just got all of the good parts of Team Up in it, right? Tag Bolt did. Pikachu Zekrom's in it. And so I couldn't understand why they were so cheap. It's just because nobody was talking about it. And so I got a case of those too, and you're right. They've probably gone to the moon. They're probably like double priced these days. How much is a box of Tag Bolt? Right now, I would just say it's not perfectly clear what you should buy a ton of, in my opinion. What? No. That can't be right. Oh my God. Are they really that price? Oh my God. They're $1,000 a box? You're not kidding, man. They went to the absolute moon. Oh my God, dude. These were $180 when I mentioned them. What the fuck? What? Oh my God. I assumed they were like $360. I didn't expect them to be $1,000 a box now. Jesus Christ, I should have bought more of them. So I got a whole case of those, about 12 boxes of it. And when I started buying in, they were like $140. By the time I told you guys about it, it was about $180. I was like, by the way, these are weirdly underpriced. Crazy, dude. I was not expecting that price. That is absolutely insane. Jim Bobby says, I paid £80. Nice. So it's about $120. I actually don't remember. I don't remember the exact amount I paid. The 180 pops up in my head. Does eBay save that information? Because I know I got some of them from eBay. eBay is a good place for the secondhand market, but you usually pay a little more. So let's see. Tag bolt. What happens if I type in tag bolt? Yeah, it says here 150. I don't know the exact amount I was paying per box because these are all big numbers. You can see at the time I was buying huge amounts of it. Like, look. That's 1,200, 400, 300, 1.4. I was just scooping out Team Up because I thought it was a really good set. I was like, man, this set's got all the good Pokemon in it. And we sold that for a while. That set made me a lot of money for a while because everyone just wanted it. So it was fast moving. And yeah, when a set's fast moving like that, it's nice. That's wild, man. $150 a box. And what was that? That was in 2021. So in 2 years, it goes from $150 a box to $1,000 a box. That's an $850 increase, or like times 6. I think it's between 5 and 6. So it went up in price times 5 and 6. Somewhere in the middle between those. That's absolutely crazy, dude. Halil Lilac, Kingdom of Intrigue, Japanese times 5. Jesus Christ, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. I pulled Latinas on stream. Yeah, that was really fun. The price game changes over time. There we go. Wild, man. It's on my mind. I can't believe how well that did. Do you think anything from the new sets will do that? Any of the new Japanese sets? Let me think about it for a second. Eevee Heroes certainly did. Yeah, Eevee Heroes. That's one for sure. Okay, we got a holo. Yeah, Eevee Heroes. So I wonder if any sets from this era are going to do that. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't think it's going to be 151. I think it's going to be something else that they release later. Like, I don't think 151 is going to do bad either, because it's going to be just an enjoyable set to open. But I think that probably there's going to be a stronger set than 151. Here we are. 151 really strikes me like the way Vivid Voltage felt during the Sword and Shield era, where people were just crazy about it. They're like, this is a good set. It's so good. I can put all my money into it. But then it turned out just around the corner were even better sets coming out. And then you're like, forget about Vivid Voltage. Halil, here you are. Damn, she's kind of sexy. But, you know, you should be able to take most boxes, and if you just pop it in your closet and leave it alone for a long enough time, generally they do go up in price. Like I noted the other day, it was, not the other day, I noted about a year ago that the price of Rebel Clash, a set that everyone pretty universally dumped on, it had doubled. The price of Rebel Clash, the set that nobody wanted, had doubled in price. And that was because they just didn't have as much of it left. So now the price was higher. Isn't that wild? There we go. I'm patiently waiting for the day they make Pokemon Fusion a thing. Blue Sky Stream, Fusion Art, Matchless Fighters, they'll get pricey. Yeah, definitely. I think what was interesting about the Team Up is Team Up became one of the best Sun and Moon era boxes, didn't it? And I'm not sure exactly what is the #1 Sun and Moon box. It could have been Hidden Fates, but the problem is Hidden Fates was so heavily overprinted. So Hidden Fates, in theory, should have been the most expensive set from Sun and Moon era, but they printed it to death. So that it's so heavily printed that it's not the most expensive set from Sun and Moon. Now, they did that also with Cosmic, and Unified Minds was pretty heavily printed too. So what's interesting about Team Up is it's one of the top sets, but they didn't keep printing it. And it was really obvious that they didn't. So the question becomes, with these other sets, which of those don't they overprint? So like 151, I would tell you to go scoop up a bunch of it and put in your closet if I only knew how much of it they were going to print. But I don't know, and I have a feeling that the artworks aren't good enough. That's my gut feeling about it. Like, we just pulled the SAR Charizard out, and, you know, he's okay, but I'm not going to pay some exorbitant amount for him. All right, here we are. The Gyarados. best sets aren't expensive because they print so much. Yeah, isn't that weird? But, you know, that's not true when it came to Evolving Skies. Okay, Chansey. This could use a new sleeve. This sleeve's all beat up. Chansey might be worth cracking and cross-grading with, like, CGC. Apparently, if you take these old first edition cards from base set and cross-grade them, they have a chance at a higher grade with, like, CGC. Some people have been doing that. In particular, with PSA 6, they like to do that. What's up, Matthew Hansen? He says, can we do 9 151s instead of a refund? Yeah, what happened? I missed it. You say a refund. I already opened all your stuff, Matthew. Matthew, I opened all your stuff. So why... Hold on. You might not have even been here. Matthew Hansen, here's your bag. And you pulled Pikachu, Mewtwo, Tropius, 5 Paradigm Trigger, 5 Triple Beat. Yeah, interesting. Classic. Burst Impact with the SM Rainbow Lugia. Whitney hasn't boomed yet. That is probably a nice investment. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. Super Burst Impact was another set that I was recommending. I have 2 orders for 125. I see what you're saying, Matthew. So, Matthew, you're saying the second order, you would like it to be 9 151s. That's perfectly acceptable. I'm going to try and remember that for you, okay? How's the line? The line is nice and short, by the way, guys, especially for a Saturday night. It's a short line. Jump on in. Beautiful. Aren't these nice? We got some really nice cards up here. We are at 2 a.m. in the morning. Why don't we do a little giveaway now? We're going to start out. By the way, have you guys seen these? These are Nintendo tattoo packs. I sell these on clearance, $4 a pack. Normally, they should be $6 a pack, roughly. Let's get another guy on this list. Okay. I don't know what today's keyword should be. I want to hear you guys' idea. What should the keyword for today be? Okay, you guys talk about that. Sven Jansen 2, Lotto Energies. Hello, Sven. I hope you're having a nice day. Sven, we're celebrating a holiday very soon here in the United States. We wish you were here to celebrate it with us. If you guys were here, you could go swim with me in my lake. It'd be really nice. That's cold. Ass poop, glizzy pissed, vivid, bust, choo-choo, meme, pissed, sideways, beans, make America great again, fireworks. I don't know about that. We have Mr. Cheese, who says he'll take 1 sneaky bunko. Well, let's go get you one, Mr. Cheese. Big Bank Uchis. Ooh, I just thought of something. What's today? It was Friday? When did that guy from Instagram, he told me I had 5 days to pick a box up. Hold on. So he said on Tuesday, 5 business days. Tuesday is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, so I should still have time to pick it up. Good. I got a task to do tomorrow, Cheese. Sunfan, what's up, man? How's it going, Sunfan? I'm glad you're here. Hanging out. We're talking about Pokemon cards. We were talking about taxation at the beginning of the stream. I was going on an Uncle Cardconomist rant. The government, brr, 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 brr. But we were talking about the cost of living, income, taxation. Now we have been talking about what set is most investable. There is one thing that's true about me. I love talking. I just love conversation. What do we got? Boobies? Boobies? Megumin? Boobies, sort of. All right. Mr. Cheese, nothing crazy coming out of that pack. Don't. All right. Cheese, you're about to get your own box, man. I'm not even kidding. When are you going to do a Japanese E-Series break? Oh, man. We once upon a time, we did do an E-Series break. It was so cheap back then. It's unbelievable how expensive they are now. Matt Hansen. All right, Mr. Matt. Replace the payment from previous purchase. Now, what does that mean, Matt? I'm kind of confused. Replace the purchase. Hold on. Let me log into my PayPal and see what's going on here. Let's get it going. I'll take out a loan. Well, I think if we do a really big break like that, we ought to finish the base set unlimited break. And obviously, we're going to pull somebody a Charizard that grades PSA 10. Probably not, but I'd love to see it. Here we are. Just ordered a Hidden Fates. Oh, very cool, man. Hidden Fates still a lot of fun. If you get lucky and pull that Charizard, it's going to be a mind-blowing moment. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand what you meant by that, Matt, but let's go get you 9 Pokemon 151s. Matt Hansen, it's your turn. I appreciate the monkey business, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, yesterday we worked out indoors for the first time because I wanted to test it. I was doing reading about whether it's good to work in the heat, and they said it's actually better to work out in the cold because it keeps you working out. It's safer to work out in the cold, and you really are able to push your body further in the cold than in the heat. In the heat, you have to stop and cool down, and you risk heat stroke. So they say the exercise is better in the cold. So because it's getting so hot outside, I thought we'd try walking indoors on a treadmill. Man, it's still a decent workout. My whole body was sweaty by the end of it. My legs were a little sore. The treadmill is fascinating because the treadmill will keep you walking at a steady speed. Whereas if I'm just walking outdoors, like, you know, on the road, I'll slow down. I'll catch my breath sometimes. So I have a variable speed walking outdoors. On the other hand, the outdoors, I get those hills, right? And the hills add a lot to the walk. We got Diglett, one of my favorite Pokemons. Ignore and just rip 9 151, and I'll send $1. Oh, no, don't worry about the $1. If you're off by 1, I'm not going to freak out because it's a large order. Here's Squirtle. Squint. Heat makes you sweat more. So what I read, Ryan, is that the heat will increase your calorie burn because your body has to cool yourself off, right? That's what I read. But I was reading all these guys who are apparent experts, and they're saying, look, the problem is if you try to push yourself hard in the heat, you risk doing damage to yourself from overheating. So they say if you want to push hard, you got to go into the cold. The cold lets you push your body really hard when you exercise and not risk any damage from overheating. And so they say the better exercise is in air conditioning and even in the cold, like wintertime. I was like, oh, very interesting. Here we are. So they're like, yeah, you get a little extra calorie burn from being overheated, but then you risk the heart attack from overheating. I was like, I could feel that, man, because some of those days we went walking when the heat was really high here in Missouri, I was like, my face couldn't cool off, my body couldn't cool off. It was crazy. Here we are. The cold water showers help build testosterone and lose weight. 2 weekly tough. It's a scam. Here we go. What we got? Nidoking. Oh, you've pulled 2 wiggly tough? Oh my God. I'm sorry, man. Here's Alakazam. Here's Nidoking. Drinking cold water burns calories too. I heard about that. I love cold water, but I'm not skinny. There you are. And yeah, because it cools your body down and your body's got to warm your stomach back up and stuff like that. How cool is that? Charizard. Silly Charizard. Mister will look for an excuse for things he don't want to do. I guess. But what I don't want to do is have a heart attack walking outside in the heat, the summer heat. We're in July now, so we're going to have more indoor walks, most likely. But I've also thought about doing, like, lake swims. The problem with the lake swim is I don't feel like I'm getting enough exercise when we're in the water. So the water feels like it's too easy to swim in. It feels too comfortable, actually. It's just sort of relaxing. I'm looking for that steady calorie burn. Okay, so that was for our friend Mr. Matt Hansen. I'm Matt Hansen. Have a seat right over there. What are you doing here? I don't know. What about that giveaway word? Oh, right. Guys, we can't do the giveaway because you haven't given me a good giveaway word. Wigglytuff. Oh my god, he did get double Wigglytuffs. Oh, I'm sorry. Double Wigglytuff. There we go. Tarden. Slugma. 100 likes. Okay, I like that one. Hold on. I'll jump over here to the Nightbot. Double tough. Land of the free. There you go. 100 likes is the keyword for getting into the Metapod Blue Poker Set giveaway. So take a look at these tattoos, $4 a piece. Keep them sealed. They're nice cards. They're very interesting booster pack. Tim Frazier. It's Asian Tim. Japanese Scarlet Violet promo. Wait, what? Say, send me $9. Does that mean you want one Japanese Scarlet booster and one Violet promo? Hold on, let me take a look. I'm a little confused. That's what he wants. Okay, so he wants one of these. And he wants one of these. Thank you. Oh. So what do you guys think of the Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings packs? You think they sell now? I'll tell you what, yesterday when we streamed, we got one break finished on it, but it didn't seem like anyone was super excited to hop into the next one. What do we got? Oh, you got the Spider-Man. Spider-Man. There you go. Fighting bug type, right? They're back up, Mr. Tim Frazier with the TI. Toss this over here. You know, Nintendo sued people for having character tattoos, so those tattoos are ironic as hell. Did they really? You're saying Nintendo sued people for simply having tattoos of their character? That's kind of interesting. What did they sue the people who got the tattoo, or were they suing the tattoo artist for using an image without copyright? There we go. There's still multi-$1,000 cards in this set. I'm still down to join breaks on them. Still have value cards. Okay. So, let's get one going. Oh, I almost opened it. There we go. Yep, the guy who had the tattoo. I must hide my Mario. What? Man, Nintendo's crazy, dude. They do not care. They have no cool. So it's still going to be, well, so I have them priced at $55 per booster pack now. Oh, I know what we do. I got it. So we'll do $5 a spot, but there'll be 11 spots. There you go. 1 in 11. Perfect. $5 a spot now. So they're a little cheaper after the card came out. We're moved on to Mr. Miguel Vasquez. $10 for my slab away. You got it, Miguel. This goes down to $280. Thank you very much. Ruben Rod. Arthur Bricker, 1XY Evolutions. I have it back. Thanks, mister. Okay, you got it. What if we offered, like, mini slabaways where it's like a $10 fee for things under $100? And it was, like, actually encoded into the description or something like that. All right, Arthur Bricker. Slowbro. Oof. Alright, that's a Slowbro Spirit Link pack. Definitely not a hot pack. Actually, it's well-centered, though. You never know. I wonder if this graded 10, if you could sell it for, like, 35 bucks. Arthur Bricker. Mr. Arthur. I'm fishing in Destiny 2. So much fun. I saw that. How do you do that? I've been playing some Destiny 2. I did the Nightfall today, and I was enjoying it because it was a bit of a difficult activity, especially for my character who really doesn't have very good equipment. There we go. I don't know how recent the latest lawsuit was, but you can Google it. You can fish in Destiny? Yeah, there's a little place that lets you fish. It's so weird. Elliot Lasky, Hidden Fates pack. You got it. Oh, that's Shining Fates. Do we have a Hidden Fates? Yes, we do. Elliot Lasky. Mr. Elliot. 200 plus viewers. I feel like that's probably a lag spike. I could be wrong. That is probably a lag spike, though. Oh, Mew Reverse is nice. And Starmie. All right. I got 2. You ended up getting 2 packs, you're saying. Okay, no problem. Just went flawless a couple hours ago. Got 3 hand cannons, Mr. Flawless. You're talking about Trials of Osiris, I think? You know, I never won at Trials of Osiris. I didn't have friends that were good enough, and I'm just okay at PvP. In other words, not enough skill. All right, Mr. Elliot. Elliot, I think I probably asked you already, but did you have a bag? Elijah, Eric, Ethan. Let me create a new bag for you then. Get good. Yeah, well, that was a long time ago, by the way, when they first introduced Trials of Osiris, and people were absolutely crazy excited for it. And my problem was, my teammates were like my wife, and she doesn't really play that much. And then I had like another friend who, he did not have a great kill-death ratio. So I actually would play a lot of PvP, and I would read all the guides on the whatever the meta was and watch the best players. I get really into games. And I had more time back then, so I was trying hard, but it just didn't matter. I just couldn't win. And I guess in my mind, I was like, if I was really good, I could just carry or something like that, but I definitely was not good enough to do that. I went to the lighthouse every week. Good times, says Aaron. I just got on. What's going on? I was a big emblem. Thank you. I couldn't beat the dev for the emblem in Trials. PvP is fun, just annoying to farm the good PvP weapons. Here we are. I think for me, I've played enough video game PvP for shooters to last a lifetime, and it just doesn't excite me the way it did when I was a kid. Okay, so let's find out who wins another spot in the Metapod tonight. Roll it. One Thug stacking. One Thug is going on. I don't need his name. I believe his name's Jamie Amilo. Something like this. All right, so there it is. Boo, says Alex. Toss that away. Ever Treminio making a large slab away payment. I'm really happy for that. Thank you, Mr. Ever. I noticed last week there was a real slowdown on slab away payments, and I was like, that can't be a healthy sign. 582 when no one can pay down their slab aways. Might be a sign that the economy's doing bad. 6 Corrupted, 6 Paldea Evolved. What's up, Tack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sing it, Mr. Slab away. Every now and then I'll pay a little bit more, but I'll never pay it off. Slab away. Mass shooting in Baltimore, Maryland. Claims lives and injures 30. Did that just happen, or did that happen like 10 hours ago or something? A lot of shootings. I'm just staying indoors at my lake house, man. Forget about it. I'm not going out ever again. There you go. I mean, I think that that's actually the side effect, the feeling of it here in America. I think there's going to be people who go, I'm not going out. People who already had like a phobia of going out are just going to stay in. Here we are. Hour or two ago. Wow. Wild stuff. I'm just buying more ammo. Here we go. Artisan. Oh, you did it. You got Faulkner. Okay. Also, 1 hour ago, riders ran vehicle into Mayor of Paris' house and injured wife and child. Whoa. Really? It's crazy because I was just talking about that. I'm saying if you wanted to actually change things, you would not just attack the private streets. You would attack the leaders, which is when there's all these riots and looting, you're attacking your own neighborhood. Those are like your friends, your neighbors. Like, they didn't want to kill anybody. They probably were against it. So it doesn't really make sense to turn them into a victim. Hold on, I gotta look this up. France news. 1,300 people arrested in fourth night of protests in France. Oh, here it is. Mayor says home rammed and set on fire as France detains hundreds more protesters. The mayor called it an assassination attempt. Apparently, police rescued him. All right. So, by the way, from what I read, I read this. I can't tell if it's true. This is not my opinion. I just read it. So, the reason that the cop shot the kid was because the kid attempted to run over the cop. See, I was trying to figure that out earlier. Apparently, this is a kid who had been arrested, or no, he'd been in trouble like 12 other times. The cops told them that don't turn on your vehicle, don't drive your vehicle, or we'll have to shoot you. So he was actually warned. And the kid tried to run over the cop anyways, and then they shot him. So, but he was like an immigrant Arab kid. And so it's kind of similar to our whole George Floyd event that occurred, where it's like police brutality versus a minority. And it's not just that either. There's a lot of people in France who are very upset about the whole pension thing, or the retirement age thing that changed and still hasn't been resolved. So it's just another opportunity to sort of like express your anger over that as well. So it's very fascinating. They're having a little meltdown over there. It's kind of not similar, not at all, says Aaron. What? Okay, so everyone gets their own opinion. I actually do not have a very strong opinion on this one because I'm waiting for more details to come out. So I do not know all the details of what really happened. But I did, I was reading a conversation where they said, well, basically, this is a kid with a long rap sheet. He's driving illegally. He's a drug dealer. He was told, don't try to drive away or we'll have to shoot at you. And then he actually tried to drive over a cop. That's what I read. That doesn't mean it's true. I don't want to spread false information. I simply read that. But I'm waiting for more information to come out. 6 corrupted pulling Faulkner. He's the chase card, 6. Everybody loves brofus. The Muslim kid is his fault. The Muslim community does not give a blank if it's their fault or not. The kid's fault, says Rocket Executive. A car is a weapon. Many packs in a box for a new Dragon Ball. Yes, but so I think that France is at this point where the people want to have a reason to go on a crazy riot anyways. So the people there are just deeply unhappy right now. All right, let's get a couple more of these, shall we? The cards have not been nice to you. 6 has actually had some crazy good luck on this channel, so that's not necessarily true. She's had some really unusual luck. Oh, no, what? Did I grab this out of the wrong book? I know from the Netherlands and watch it live and follow the news in Europe. Yeah, so it's kind of fascinating because we are seeing this sort of pattern emerge where the cops do their cop thing, right? Like, you're not allowed to try to run a cop over, obviously. And if you do, the cops might shoot and kill you. And it's super obvious to people who follow the law not to do that. But there's a lot of... Let me go ahead and just remove this, actually. That just looks kind of unprofessional. Here we are. There we go. But they get very passionate about it. They think it's a sort of racial issue. I don't view it as a racial issue, in my opinion. It's just a follow the law kind of issue. Mister, you're yella if you don't give away that Gengi. I'm yella? Hey! You're a coward. Where are all the Durant slabs? That cloud. France has a good system based around retiring early, and they let the third world in, and now it's a mess, says Jim Bobby. Here we go. All right. Well, I don't know if that's what the riots are about, though. What are the riots about? Are they about just the kid? Is a lot of young people, they're pissed off at the police, or? There we go. All right, so give me a minute. So, please pay attention. These slabs are going to be a bit overpriced. Normally, we have a very consistent pricing system for these slabs. But these are going to be a bit overpriced because what I'm offering is to allow you to slab them away, and then I just repurchase them, essentially. Actually, to tell you the truth, I feel like nothing cheap should actually go up for those purposes. So I'm taking these back down. The 2 charges are too cheap, in my opinion. Only expensive cards should go up that way. Maybe one of these. Maybe one of these. That's pretty cool. 2 Raichus. Could you open my second Hidden Fates pack? I got to go to bed soon. Oh, yes. So, hold on. We got to go in order. Let's see who's next. We got to go in order. Matt Hansen, Yolanta Jampin, Matt Hansen, Elliot. So, Elliot, you have a little bit of a ways to go, okay? Hold on. Well, let me just see if anyone ahead of you ordered the same thing. If they didn't, I'll let you jump, okay? So, Matt, Yolan, Matt, Elliot. All right, Elliot, you're the only one ordering Hidden Fate packs. It's just 1 booster. Let's get you out of here, okay? Here you go, Elliot. How come you didn't price the Fate Stard? The Fate Stard? The Hidden Fate Stard? I will drill Raichu. Oh, what'd you pull? Nice, Lycanroc. All right, congratulations, man. Lovely. Mister, what's that title mean? Oh, how's it going, Mr. Epic Boy? It means I'm giving all the Pokemon cards away for free. You just have to ask. There you go. All right, there you go, Mr. Elliott. Matt Hansen says he'll take 2 more of the 151s. I'm not interested in Pokemon. I'm interested in Smoochies. If only I could sell Smoochies. Can I have that? Let's see. Clefable, Dragonite. Those are nice. Golbat, looking all Golbatty, and Vaporeon. All right, Matt. Nothing crazy in that round. Wait. What you mean, mister? What I mean, Tack, is I'm giving all my Pokemon cards away for free. All right, Mr. Matt. There we go. Just saw on the news, Baltimore, Maryland. Oof. Wow, look at this beautiful card, man. Oops. I always watch your shorts, but never seem to catch you live. What's up, Grape? I'm gonna grape you. Get over here. It's an old funny skit. Not that funny, I guess. Okay, are you ready? Here goes. This one's going to be $385. I'll take both Raichus for free, of course. Yelling to Jampins is here. One Pokemon 100-year snipe. 100 years? I think he means this, right? How much is that Mew? We're going to get a price on him. 1 Disney, 151. I have a baggie. All right, here it is. I'll take the last slab on the stack behind the Mew promo. Yeah? There we go. Tack the Epic Boy says, I'm just confused. Tack, you're feeling confused, huh? Well, Tack, you might have been born in the wrong body. Have you ever considered that you're actually a girl or a boy? There we go. I forgot what gender you are. I mean sex. There we go. Because gender is a construct. All right, Mr. Yoland. Yoland Champions. Yoland, Yoland. Have you considered doing irreversible harm to your genitals? It could make you feel better. Is there a box for you? I don't remember. I have a baggie, says Yolan. Oh, I know what it is. We just don't use it very often. Here it is, Yolan to Jampins. Yes, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop box. All right. I don't your ZELLE number. You don't your ZELLE number? Me neither. Wow, man, this guy's gorgeous. That's a nice Raichu. Can I slide that Ray Ray? I'll price it up, and you can think about if you want it, okay? Okay, you ready? You guys ever seen this one? This is Dark Raichu, but he's actually a Neo card in Japanese. Isn't that fascinating? They made him a Rocket card in English. So cool. He was the first secret rare card. Are there any slaps that aren't taken? Oh, Tack, I'm sorry, man. Everyone had claimed all the free ones. Angie. There we go. Lovely Mew. How's it going, Mr. Guts? So this is my price, okay? So I said like 20 times now, these are going to be overpriced if you'd like one for slab away. Normally, I would never even bother pricing these. So if you're not happy with the price, just skip it, okay? There we go. Hey, that price is higher than I wanted it to be. Yep, that's correct. Okay, you ready? There we go. You probably just popped in. 300 for Raichu? No, not $1. Not $1 less than these prices, guys. I apologize. Okay. There's Mew. All right, let's do another order. Let's see. Mr. Yolen's done. We have Matt Hansen, $10 on the Rocket Pack Break. Okay, you got it. These would normally never be priced. Are you guaranteeing a gem in 10 after your holder, a 9.5? Are you guaranteed a gem? Yeah, so you're talking about the CGC thing, right? Yes, that's correct. All right, check this out, guys. This is the Rocket Pack Break here. This is a really interesting pack break. It's not a true pack break, actually. It's more like just a break. Here it is. Your odds are 1 in 45 for $10. You get the whole pack if you get it pulled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 people are in here. Rocket Pack is the closest break to ending. So if y'all jumped in, it could end. The Lily and the Charizard have a ways to go. You guys seen this, right? Lies, you didn't say that when you needed to buy a boat, says Ballpark Player. What are you saying? So these are the other breaks. Is it heavier on Wade? It's considered on Wade, so I'll just call it light. Elliot Lasky, Hidden Fates. We already did that one. We're jumping over to Zelle. Zelle is blank. And now we have a Darren Thompson. And I believe this is like, there's only like 2 orders left. This one and another one. So we got South Park. How many of you guys are buying fireworks rather than Pokies? Here we are. Mister, have you ever got a message from an angry parental figure? What? For their kid buying like Pokemon cards? Never. Not once. That has never happened. 2 Pokemon 151s. Just giving you a hard time, mister. You trying to give me a hard time? Wink. Here we are. How many spots left on the rocket? Oh, how many spots left on the rocket? Are you sure you want to buy it out? So if there's 45 spots, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right, that's a lot of spots, Yolan. So let's do 45 minus 18. 27 spots remain. Dude, Yolan, imagine you missed it. It wouldn't be worth it, man. You would just lose $270. And what I would do, Yolan, is just buy a spot in here. Or maybe a couple spots, you know, so there's nothing wrong with buying like 2 or 3 spots, guys. Because normally the break, you know, if that was a normal pack break, you know how much that thing would have cost? So if it was a normal break, it would have cost $40 per spot. That's what it would have cost. So if you bought 4 spots in here, that would have been very similar to what it would have been in the past, where you get 1 card each. Yeah, it's not worth it, Yolan, because imagine you miss. All right, let's see what we got. You would just lose $270 instantly. Everyone's like, yeah, gamble, do it, gamble. What if you win? I'm even in the special school, says Tack. Wow, Tack, you're very special. Oh, you got a Master Ball girl card. Is that any good? There we go. Oh. There you go. Don't listen to them. Do it, says Alex. These guys are like vultures. They just want to see cards opened. Here we are. Mr. Sun wants to know how many packs in the new Dragon Ball Z. 24 packs per box, I believe. We have a fresh case of it. I recommend buying some. There you go. Toss this over here. Because it hasn't sold a lot ever since we put it on the shelves. That's a tip. Okay, you ready? South Park. Eric Cartman playing with Polly Pussy Pants. Okay, he's getting cloned. Mr. Mephisto. Jesus and pals. Yay. Oh my god, you killed Kenny. The satellite falls on top of Kenny. The substitute teacher is taken away. And Starvin' Marvin. Part 2 of 3. No, Starvin' Marvin, that's my papa. Sweet. Here we are. Bro, now everyone thinks I'm in special ed. It's not gambling when you know that you're winning. All right, yeah, it is. All right, you guys are too much. That's for our friend Darren Thompson, who has a bag. Oh, Darren, you should have said so. Let's see. I'd rather be special than normal. I'd rather be special than normal. There we go. All right, very nice. Matt Hansen, Rayquaza VMAX, slab away. That is not priced, Mr. Matt Hansen, and you're $5 short of the down payment for the slab away. So it's a minimum of $45. I'm gonna go ahead and price it for you. You might not like it, okay? Okay, so here goes. Okay, so the price on this is $695. You received my order for my Sabaway. I sure did, Mr. Rubin, and I applied it to your card. There's no YOLO without Yolan. It says on menu, by the way, says Rubin. Pay or kidney. Now, Matt, you may wish to hold on to that money. Final Fight or Streets of Rage. Gonna have to go with Streets of Rage. Classic. I don't know what Final Fight is. Dang, mister, everyone makes stuff difficult for you except for me and Alex. All right, so I need Matt Hansen to agree to that price before I turn it into a slab away for him. Otherwise, he was first, okay? There is Matt Hansen. Place that in front of the card for the moment. I'll send the 5. All right, you got it, man. Mr. Matt Hansen. I guess the prospect of having the ability to pay it down over time is attractive. Slab away. I'm gonna reset this. I actually like this soundtrack. This soundtrack's pleasant. So we're jumping over to the Sabaway channel, Mr. Matt. You're gonna go right here underneath Matthew Castellanos. PSA 10. This drops down to 675. There you go. So 675 remains on it, Mr. Matt. What do you think about buying a case of Crown Zenith ETBs as an investment? It's not a terrible idea. I don't know if it's the best move, though. Why buy Crown Zenith when you could buy a case of V-Star Universe? Why would one be better than the other? All right, this one's real scary. Give me a second. All right. So give me a second. Okay, we got a price for this guy. Now, I imagine some wealthier guys will be looking at this going, maybe. Let me examine this for a second for any special qualities. So I can't offer this card for now. He needs to be cross-graded. What's up, Poke-Lector? Poke-Collector. There we go. I apologize. That's a really nice one, too. Now, I don't even think this guy's supposed to be down here. So this is no rarity Alakazam 3. He's just supposed to be available for sale. He is not going to be a slab break. He's just supposed to be for sale at his regular price. Well, let me take a look at why. He graded real bad there. That's a 3, huh? Dude, I almost feel like this could be sent to CGC for a better grade. But let's leave it in the PSA slot for the moment and take a quick look at him. So this is a no rarity Alakazam. Very envious card. Very fancy. Think of this as Japanese first edition. That's how people treat it. Japanese first edition base set. And you can almost never get them in a high grade. They don't even exist. They're just like that rare. Okay. I'm prepared to hand out a price to it. Oh. There it is. I was collecting raw version of these cards to grade them and sell them, because I understood that the raw versions were underpriced. Okay, and I believe they were. Next up, we got Super Dan. One more spot in the Lily. You got it, Mr. Super Dan. Super Dan. How many Moonbreon PSA 10s do you have? I've got, I think, one of them. I could offer that as a potential slab away at the upcharge price. I don't think you'll like it. I think you'll be all mad. You'll be like, that's too high. There goes Super Dan. I was looking at V-Star Universe. Booster boxes have just gone up so much. Oh, maybe it's too late already. Maybe they've already moved. Oops, come on now. Matt Hansen. Plus, I like you as a content creator. Oh, that's really nice, man. I appreciate that, Matt. All right, we'll toss this away. I like you, Matt. 5 Pokemon 151s. All right, so since you said such a nice thing, you're going to get 6 today. What do you think of that? Don't remember the case price. Case prices always cost more. Did you ever price the Rayquaza? I did, and it sold before anyone else could get it. So that one is a nice looking card. All right, bonus card, Matt. Long as it's not Wigglytuff. Oh my God, third Wigglytuff coming at you hard. Cases at 2,400. Yeah, that's pretty pricey, huh? Dude, man, that's really pricey. All right, you ready? Spots and price for Lily Break. The Lily Break is $10 per spot. Tentacool. Metapod. Oh, these are cold so far. How about a hit? Oh, these are cold so far. Well, you need the bonus one. Oh my god. All right, well, here's the bonus pack. Come on, bonus pack. No! Oh, Matt. That is no good, man. That is a straight cold round. How's that even possible? You know how it's possible? Because you're splitting between two boxes. That's what happened. Oh, man. That's tough, man. Well, let me get you some bonus pulls, I guess. You ready? Here you go. Got you some poker cards. What do you got in there? Interesting poker cards. There we go. That's what happens when you don't pull Wigglytuff. You get all hollows. Oops, all berries. Mr. Matt, let's go grab your bag. Oops. Matthew Castellanos. There we go. We have Sun Van Fan box of the new Dragon Ball. I thought something like that might be coming out, so give me a second. I'll stand up and get a fresh box of it for you. Ah, yes. Wild Resurgence. And we'll put this box over here. Ta-da! Ready? That was rough. That was extremely rough. I tossed you the 3 poker cards, but they weren't like Charizards either. Oh, okay. Okay. Box falling apart there. Okay. Hold on. Let's just grab all of them. Yeah, that was really rough, man. I hated to see that. Right after you said something nice to me, too. That ain't right. That's not good Poke Karma. The Poke Gods are testing you. They're testing your faith. So you got Baby Shining Gold Evil Life Form. Wow, he looks like something from Monster Hunter. Okay, let's see what we got. Matthew did it wrong. You're supposed to insult Mr. first. Oh my god. Here we are. You have to believe in the heart of the cards. Alright, alright. Neat. Sneak. Snip this up. Snip this up. All right, lovely. So apparently the only way to stop the homelessness problem is to stop giving free funding for people who have no incentive to work. Yeah, so this is an interesting problem for homelessness is sometimes people think the solution is actually socialism. They go, okay, well, what if we just gave them money? But you actually end up with a higher rate of homeless people because once they realize, oh, I get free money for doing nothing, well, how does their behavior change? Do they do less homelessness or more homelessness? Well, obviously the answer is they do more homelessness. So ironically, The states that do more socialism toward homelessness end up having more homeless people. You actually create the problem. Because when people believe that you will give them free money for doing nothing, they flock to you. They go, oh my God, get this. I can go to this state with a sunny beach and do nothing, and they pay me for it. So then you get a whole bunch of that in your state. And yeah, so that's a much easier choice to do nothing and get paid than it is to go into work and get paid. Here it is, Sun Van Fan. You incentivize it. That's the word. Here's Toa. Ooh. It's a tough situation because, you know, this is the thing about Democrats and liberals is they're actually kind people. A lot of them are. It's the truth. They don't want to see other people suffering. They want to see fairness. They want to see equality. They don't like to think that we got all this money and then there's people who need help. Why don't we just help them? Right? So they got the right motive. Typically, usually their motivation is correct. They're kind people, but they don't understand. And this is the part where I say the real problem is that they're perhaps naive. They don't understand some people are just kind of bad. All right. So you want to help somebody, but he's like not that great of a person. And so the problem is you go in, you give them a bunch of money, and then they use you. Have you ever been used in life? Somebody will use you very quickly if they think they can get away with it. And they're not like you. They don't feel empathy. They don't feel sympathy. They're not like wholesome or something. There's people out there who need help, who are real normal people. They're great citizens and they just need some help. But then there's other people that are in their situation because they're kind of a douchebag. Have you considered that? Some people are homeless because they don't get along with anyone. They're just mean. So they become homeless because they're mean assholes who don't like to work. That's how they become homeless. Or they're just so heavily addicted to drugs, you could give them all the money in the world and they will throw it into a pit trying to do more drugs. There's no solution because the solution is their drug addiction. So this is part of the problem with these situations. And just throwing money at it has never solved it. Look at all the money we've thrown at the third world, and those areas never become developed. That throwing money at the problem did not solve it. And it's the same with homelessness. You can throw money at homelessness, lots of money, and ironically end up with actually more homelessness than when you started because they just become attached to the money. They go, oh, I got free money for being homeless. Why in the world would I quit doing that? Because these guys are going to take care of me as long as I'm homeless. If I ever change, if I get a job, well, then I'm going to be at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to jobs. I'm going to work the worst jobs and get paid the least. And I'm going to lose all my free time, and they're going to stop giving me homelessness money. So I'm going to stay homeless so that they keep giving me the free stuff. So you incentivize homelessness if you're too nice about it. So my recommendation to conservatives is to be more open-minded, to be more trusting, and to accept change. But my advice for liberals is to understand that you can be taken advantage of, and you might be a little naive about the goodness of human beings. Human beings are not actually that good. A lot of human beings just came right out of the wild, and they're bad. Whoa. Oh, man, that's a cool-looking card. Son Goku and Vegeta rivalry. Whoa. Man, these are some pretty cards. I would grade that one. Mr. Sun Van Fan. So conservatives have problems in their personality traits. Democrats have problems, or I should say liberals have problems in their personality traits where they're maybe a little too hopeful. You ever know that? Like, right? Obama was hope and change, right? Hope. Maybe you'd be a little too hopeful sometimes. Maybe it's a little bit more like wishful thinking, right? What does it look like when you have too much hope? It's wishful thinking. All right, here we are. What do we got? So you got to look out for that and be really balanced and smart and just always doing the smartest thing. I live in an RV. Here we go. We got Son Goku. The goal isn't to have a society with zero help for people who need help, though. So that's something you probably get wrong about me. I'm not against helping people. But the goal is not to create a system where you actually end up with a larger amount of people homeless than before because it pays better to be homeless. You know what I mean? How many kids do you want? 100 kids. No, I don't know. Maybe as I get older, maybe a whole lot of them. You want to make sure that you're not supporting people who are taking advantage of you. So that's an important one. And you want to make sure that you don't incentivize people to take advantage of you. Here's Garlic Jr. I like that name, Garlic. Yeah, what's your name? Garlic. There we go. All right. Conservatives get so like, what's the word? Like paranoid and defensive to the point that it's like neurotic, basically. It's like a condition. Trust no one. And if you listen to me talk, I probably sound that way sometimes too, but I'm aware of it, okay? I'm not blind to it. Trust no one. What we got? We've got, this is Uncle Cardconomist. And it's Thanksgiving dinner. Ox King Whis, Angel's Teachings. Ooh. Would you send off a booster pack for me to PSA? I'd make it worth your time. Are you sure? I mean, I could. You would have to make it worth my time. That is no joke, son Goten. How do you feel about widespread gambling, a.k.a. scratchers, everywhere in gas stations, convenience stores? I think that when gambling is being done by people who can afford to gamble, it's good. And when gambling's being done by somebody who's addicted to it, it's bad. So, but what do? Do you make it illegal for everybody? That's the tricky part. And this is why there's gambling laws and there's centers for addiction. I mean, I could say we should outlaw all sugar because I believe sugar is addictive and it's bad for you. It causes obesity, causes diabetes, causes heart disease. So let's ban all sugar. Sugar's bad. Sugar kills people. Want to do that? Because not everyone's obese. I'm fat, but there's people out there like my wife who are skinny. Should she be not allowed to eat sugar ever? So it's tricky, isn't it? It's tricky. How much big brother government do you really want is a tricky question. There we are. Sometimes I actually do feel like maybe we should just ban sugar. Like, what's the benefit of having, like, cake and ice cream? I mean, it's really mostly just unhealthy for society. There's no real benefit to it other than the fact that you can run a business and profit off of the addiction of sugar. All right. Here you are, Mr. Sun Van Fen. Leave my sugar alone. My sugar, my body. Yeah, but no, there's a real incentive to outlaw it. So let's say you want free health care. All right, well, if you want free health care, then I want sugar banned. So we'll make an agreement. Free health care for you, and I get to ban sugar so that you don't get to eat it anymore because I know it's going to cause obesity, and I'm going to have to pay for that obesity. Right? So that's the trade-off. And it's similar with the gambling. Like, do you want to live in that style? Maybe that's a good way to live, where the government has the control over you because you don't have control over yourself. Here we are, Mr. Sunfan with the box. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunfan. Free Pokies for me. Sweet tea's amazing. Oh, I can't wait to finish up. I'm going to go lay down with my wife after this. She in bed. I'm going to go snuggle the heck out of her. Ruben says, I'll snatch that Alakazam. You got it, Ruben. Beautiful card. You're doing pretty good on this because this is basically a break-even price for me. Just got back from the casino. Support your local casino business. Six Corrupted Art says she'll take 2 of those 151s. Jeremy Patterson says, love you, mister. You gonna love me long time? What? Sneep. Oh, there you go. All right, look at that. Miss Six Corrupted. She's been having some tough luck. I almost said rank for some reason. She's been having some tough luck for a little while. And now she's getting some good luck. You're picking up the Blastoise SAR. Congratulations. Here is a fossil. Here is a bird. Caca! Dang you, Six! Says Matthew. Matthew, it ain't right. It ain't right. She stole it from you. Ah. Ow, my hand. A smack in the table. Snuggle live stream. Oh my god. Imagine I did that. Imagine, because she's like half asleep when I go in the room. So imagine I set up like the camera on us sleeping and then like snuggled into her. She'd wake up, there's a camera watching. Dude, she'd be so upset. She would not like that. She likes our privacy a lot. She's not a camera person. She's very shy. Thoughts on circumcision? It's barbaric. No one shall chop off the tip of my pee-pee. Yeah, it's a weird thing. I feel like the problem is, so my official stance on it is, if you want circumcision, your pee-pee still works, but you should have to do it as an adult at 18 years old. Because I guarantee you, if you grew up with all the skin that was originally on your pee-pee still there, by the age of 18, you will absolutely 100% not want to trim it off. Because why would you? It's like trimming off your eyelids, or you're pulling off your fingernails or something like that. It's like a natural part of your body. You will have no interest in removing it. Only like weird people who are into like piercings and stuff like that will remove it. So it's funny because guys who have already been circumcised always defend it very heavily. And it's like, how do you know what it feels like not to be circumcised? You only know life one way because it happened to you when you were a kid. Matthew Penna, 1 Lily. Bro, circumcision is awesome. It's like, how would you know? You've never had your turtleneck. You don't know what you're missing. There's so many nerves in that part of your pee-pee. Right? Here we are, Matthew Penna. Ultimately, it's not the end of the world because guess what? They can still have children. All right, so trimming off that little bit, the sleeve, it still works. It functions. But I'm telling you, if you had to make that choice at 18, it would vanish overnight. Circumcision would become a thing that only like maybe 5% of dudes agree with. If they had to do it at 18 years old, I'm super confident. No one wants to trim off that part of their pee-pee if they've actually owned it for the last 18 years. They go, whoa. Why would I trim that? That is a very sensitive part of my pee-pee. No, thank you. Why in the hell would you want a turtleneck? Give the dick skin to God. Yes, just like God would have wanted. God's this really super powerful, super intelligent creator of the universe, knower of all math and all things, but that little bit of skin he gave you on your pee-pee that he actually designed, that's disgusting. Trim it off. He wants you to cut the tip of your pee-pee off. That sounds exactly like what a god would do, right? And rather than a tribal group of religious folk, no, that's obviously just a religious tradition. Come on, guys. It's a joke, isn't it? The all-knowing, all-being, all-powerful God, he created you in his image, but that little skin on the end of your dick, ew, trim that shit off, right? That sounds just like what God would do, right? Oh, gross. Here we are. Let's see what we got. No, that is obviously just some human, man-made tradition. It's hazing, right? In order to join our special little club, you have to do some humiliating, painful thing. Yeah, cutting the skin off your dick. That's all it is. From a really old club that you wanted to get into. Many years ago, they're like, all right, what's the perfect thing for getting into this club? Trim the skin off your dick. So, all right. That's pretty hardcore. All right, you can join, but you got to trim the skin off your dick. Here we are. That's what it was. I guarantee you God has nothing to do with it. Ooh. Ooh. All right, let's see. Jesus wants your foreskin. Torpedo gang dropping bombs. Unhygienic. Yeah, so that's what you guys have been told. It is completely false. That is not true at all. My parents aren't even religious. It was probably unhygienic maybe like 2,000 years ago when modern showers didn't exist. Are you joking? It is not unhygienic in the slightest. Totally natural. You're born that way. Your body evolved that way. It evolved for that stuff to be there. It's like saying your fingernails are unhygienic. No, they're your fingernails, bro. They're there on purpose. They're there intentionally. Nothing unhygienic about it at all. Sounds like stupid shit men do for clout. Since when do you... Oh, no. Are we having lag spikes? No lag spikes. Lag spikes aren't allowed. Guys, if we have a bad lag spike, trust me, I'm not going anywhere. It's only 3:19. We're going to keep the stream going strong. My friend had issues with had to do exercises because it was too tight, then had to go to therapy because it messed him up mentally. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. I've heard of stuff like that. So, you know, if those guys need some kind of adjustment, whatever. You know what I mean? Go do the adjustment. But that is not the case for the vast majority of guys with wieners. You have normal, healthy working skin on your wiener. No need to trim it off. It evolved to be that way. Let's see. Fingernails are pretty gross. That's where staph grows. Yeah, let's take all our fingernails off, right? You know, when people tell me, oh, weenie skin is unhygienic, you're basically just telling me you don't wash That's all you're telling me. You're telling me you don't wash. And it's like, dude, you don't clean yourself? Kind of gross. Maybe take 2 seconds and clean yourself. Oh my God, dude. Ugh. Mr. Matthew, did you have a bag? All right, Matthew, you're getting a new bag. Kind of gross, bro. It grosses me out when people chew on their staff breeding grounds. What does your wife think, mister? That's the real question. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think she has to think about it very much. On the table? Really? That's funny because there's no need to put you on the table. Oh, so wait. Ugh. So here's our overflow box. Do we not have you in the overflow box before that point? Oh, we could have just put you in the M overflow box. We have an M huge box, see? Huge, like my pee-pee. I think there's lag. There is some lag. So what I'd like to do for you, Mr. Matthew, we're going to split your bag into 2 pieces now. Just like a chicken 2-piece. Ooh, chicken sounds good, man. Fried chicken. Never had a girl turn down sex because of a little extra skin. There we go. Matthew Penna. Number 2. No lag on my side, says Ask You. Can we get your wife's opinion? There we go. I think she would be against circumcision for consent reasons. She would not agree with the lack of consent when it comes to people getting their PBs trimmed. Here we are. 6 corrupted. Extra skin means extra meat. That's right. I'm very, very happy with my circumcised Diglett. But that's why I'm saying, Super Dan, you don't know any better. You've never... If it always happens when you're a kid. So I'm telling you guys who have been circumcised, you've never experienced life. You've never known life any other way. So I'm telling you, if you had to trim the skin off the tip of your dick at the age of 18, almost virtually every man would reject it these days. There's no need to join a super special secret club where you have to trim your dick now. Here we are, 1, 2, 3. It would go away overnight. No one would be circumcised anymore. Here we are. All right. It's just an old religious thing, and it actually makes you lose sensation down there, if you did not know that. It absolutely does. Here we go. Pokemon says your nerves have been cut. That's precisely right. There you go. It's like any skin on your body, except that's like the most sensitive part of your body, really. It's like a fingertip, right? Why would you cut this? Imagine you could trim all this skin off the end of your fingertip. Why would you do that? There's no real reason to do it. They did it for religious reasons back then. They're like, you can't join unless you do it. Here we are. Oh, you got Master Ball Magnemite. I'm a fan. Dylan Edwards. You Americans are weird talking about peepees all day. You Americans, hey! I won't take the slander. Caca! America! Hey, it's our 4th of July coming up. That's our day where we celebrate our independence by spending thousands of dollars on Chinese fireworks. Here's Pikachu. Pika, did you guys know Missouri is the #1 state in the United States for spending money on fireworks? I did not know that. It followed by like Kansas and Illinois or something like that. I don't remember. So it seems all the central states. Maybe, I didn't know this, but maybe the middle of America gets bored and we blow things up.
As a Jew that has a sleeveless Diglett, I must say that you are right. My Diglett is unprotected from damages and it's dangerous. I want it to be a PSA 10, not a PSA 6. Also, do girls accept error miscut and crimped Diglets in the US, or is it just Jews?
Do girls accept error miscut and crimped Diglets, or is it just Jews? Only Jewish women. You have no chance with any other women. Nah. All right, so Dylan Edwards. That's obviously... I don't think women notice it as much on their side. Just like if you had girls and you were just cutting up their folds or whatever, this is getting really graphic now. Yeah, as a guy, you might not actually notice because you don't need them. But she would notice the quality of her life would go down. The quality of her sex life would actually go down. because all that stuff is very sensitive and probably enjoyable. I wouldn't know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's weird, man. It's weird. It's obviously it's a religious tradition, and I'm telling you, if you told people they had to do it at 18, so many guys would just say, hell no, this is not happening to me. I'm not going to make my pee-pee smaller. I'm not going to trim off one of the most sensitive parts of my pee-pee. None of those things are happening. Here we are. But it happens to you without your consent when you're a baby. So that's how they do it. They get away with it that way. All right, they say, well, my parents did it. My parents' parents did it. And you want to go to heaven, don't you? Or whatever Jewish heaven is. Here's Clefable. Here's Dark Magneton. Here's Horny Sexy Lady. Konnichiwa. And here's Magneton. Wow, that's a Magneton 10. Beautiful. Knowing what I know, as someone with the clip PP, I'd elect to cut it, says Super Dan. Yeah, but Super Dan, you don't know anything about keeping all... Well, anyways, we can go back and forth on that all day. That's one of the things I noticed. Guys who already have cut peepees defend it like it's, you know, it's their whole identity. It's very fascinating to me. Knowing... Oh, I already read that. That's a way to welcome girls to womanhood. In some parts of the world, they remove their blank against their will and not when you're a baby. Yeah, that's really crazy. That's like if you took a guy's peepee and just cut the whole head off. That's really wild. Genital mutilation. So cut pee-pee lasts longer in bed. Simp, Mister, I used to date a girl who was allergic to latex. It took me a while to get used to that. Just very tight. Oh, it's just tight skin versus loosey-goosey around your schlong. No worries. You will all be okay. Exactly, we can. I think you're right, Guts. You're going to be okay. You know, you can still have children, but it should be your choice. Your parents shouldn't decide your pee-pee for you. It should be a personal choice. Haha, uncut guys defend it the same as well because we have more knowledge than you. So it's not hard to imagine what it would be like missing a piece of your body. But if you grew up missing a piece of your body, you don't know what it's like to actually have it. Alex PP is cut fascio as you are for your extra skin works both ways. I agree with that. I have no say in this. I have no PP. I'm happy I'm cut. Here we are. That's what I'm saying. So a lot of guys are cut and they're very happy for it, but you've actually never experienced the piece of your body that's missing. So like I'm telling you, it's like cutting the lips off your face. It's like cutting your fingertips off or cutting your eyelashes off. You would never actually elect to do it. You only elect to do it because your parents did it for you a long time ago. And now you're very proud of your pee-pee. You're like, nothing's wrong with my pee-pee. It's very good, I promise you. I'm very proud of it. It's great. Works great. But I'm telling you, if you had to choose at 18 to do it, you wouldn't. You just wouldn't. So that's my argument. And I tried to explain it in a way that makes sense. But yeah, that's how I feel strongly about it that way because I do feel that guys who are missing that piece, they have an invested reason to defend that it's good. But I'm telling you, you just wouldn't do it otherwise. You've never experienced life that way with it. All right, I'm scared for you, Matt. Matt! Oh, no, Matt. What do we got for Mr. Matt? If I wanted this done as an adult, it would be significantly harder because of erectile function. You can't stop, can you? I just want to see some Pokemon cards get open. No, you must listen to me talk about penises. Demonic Clips, you must have an opinion on penis cutting. If the argument is knowledge, it sounds like you don't have a lot yourself. Mister, we have a pee-pee guard. Well, you know, you just mull it over, Mr. Super Dan. Think it over. I don't want to go back and forth forever. I'm saving mine to sell later. I think guys who care that much about their blank are the same ones that judge other people for where they got their blank. Penis or nothing. Well, we're having a conversation about... This is a big conversation because what we're really talking about is making it illegal. So this is a conversation to flesh out. You got the... Okay, so that's a pun. So if I could vote on it today, I would hands down vote to make it illegal. It should be illegal for your parents to cut your penis. You cut your own penis, and that's it. So this is child abuse in my eyes. And it's unacceptable in the year 2023 to cut your child's dick penis skin off. No one should be allowed to do that to their kid. That is not your body. That's your child's body. So you should have to do it at 18 years old. It is a huge decision. It is not a small decision. It affects your sex life. It affects your experience with sexuality. That is a personal decision for you to make, right? So I strongly believe in making it illegal. I think it's rash to say that I'm avidly defending my people when I know I love arguing with you. Leave my pee alone. They already have old white guys saying women can't decide what to do with their own bodies. Mister, what about enlarged blanks? I don't know. What are you asking me about that for? What about piercing a kid's ears? You could argue that that shouldn't be allowed either. I think that piercing is a bit more mild. You don't really use your ears to have, like, intercourse. Well, anyways, but yeah, I mean, your ears, your earlobes are probably one of the pieces of your body that not a lot's done with it. Most women enjoy piercing their ears. Trimming the skin off the end of your pee-pee, that is a huge deal. You're really talking about sexual functionality and your experience with sexuality. Again, it's one of the most nerve-filled parts of your body involved in sexual pleasure, and you're cutting it off for religious reasons, not even for fashion. It's religious reasons. That's why they do it. They do it for religion. And so, you know, that's not your choice. It should be something that you have a say in. You know, if you pierce your ears, it has such a much smaller effect on your overall life experience. You know, you could still make it illegal for the principle of it, I suppose. All right, Matt Hansen, but I believe strongly it's your body. Your parents should not be trimming your pee-pee off. Mr. Matt. Now, I'd be pretty angry, actually, right now if it was me. But that's knowing what I know as somebody who didn't have my pee-pee cut. My ears were pierced, and now I just have holes in my ears, and I hate that. I gotcha. So, yeah, so maybe that should also be considered. Maybe, you know, like, well, let your kid decide if they want piercings. Foreskin break, $7, 12 spots. My wife sent in for an order. Is my graded Charizard in my bag, or has it been sent out? How's it going? If you ordered a round of shipping, then your slab would have shipped out. If you did not order a round of shipping, then your slab is still here. Either way, we do not keep it in your bag. It's not kept in your bag. Was it a card you were grading with us? If it's a card you sent in to grade with us, it might still be waiting to be graded. When it's done grading, it will not automatically ship. It will sit there waiting to be shipped. Hathim, 151 packs. You got it, Mr. Hathim. All right, guys. Let's see what we got. Mr. Hathim. Riveting conversation. Riveting. We've talked about the circumcision thing multiple times, though. It's always a fun conversation. I feel like I've learned a lot about people's attitudes toward it. I had gauges, and they still closed up and healed, so quit BSing. Prone cards flop like OnlyFans. It was Merlin Series 2 sticker pulled and graded by you. Okay, so you're saying it's already graded? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that doesn't make sense that it was Merlin Series 2. We weren't selling Merlin Series 2 back then. We were only selling Merlin Series 1, I imagine, right? Venomous Silverback. So when you joined our channel, Merlin Series 2, was it even on the menu? I can't even remember. Whatever the case is, if it's a card that you're waiting to have graded, it might not be done yet, okay? Because there's been a slowdown on grading. We are awaiting some supplies to arrive. So it might not be done grading, okay? What you can do is you can check we have a channel in Discord called the TCC Returns channel. And that's where you can go look up your name and look up the card, and you'll find it in that channel if it's done. If you can't find it, then it's probably not done. Can you quickly go through the breaks that are available? First edition Team Rocket Booster Pack, 1 out of 45. Lily from Sun and Moon is a girl card, 1 out of 89. And Charizard, Vintage Skyridge Box Topper, 1 out of 262. They're all $10 to get into. They all cost $10 per spot. So it's 260 spots for Charizard, 89 spots for Lily, 45 spots for the Rocket Pack break. Those are the breaks. Mr. Athim. There we go. I'm 26. How many more years do you need me to mull over my own Diglett? Many, many years. But it's not about your Diglett. It's about your kid's Diglett. Let's say you had a son. Does he have a right to decide for himself if that's what he wants for his really sensitive, important part of his body? I would argue, yes, he has a right to that. Parents do not have a right to make big decisions. And I would say cutting off your foreskin is a big decision. Here we are. Not like ear piercings are a bit smaller, but you could even argue ear piercings, that's not someone else. That's your body. You should decide. All right, what do we got? Do not alter your body. Brandon Boutillier, slab away the Southern Islands Mew. You got it, man. Mr. Brandon, where'd it go? Here it is. Slab away. Alex says no one will answer. Mod, ban the 16-year-old. Hey! No people allowed in here. Brandon Boutillier. It's going to say over here, July, Brandon Boutillier. PSA 9, Mew, Southern. And then it's going to say 575. And then it's going to go down to 555. Boom. All right, there you go. Good old films for young people. Thank you, Brandon. Son Van Fan, 2 more boxes of Dragon Ball. Whoa! That's a lot. Holy. This episode brought to you by Son Van Fan. Oh. We can't say if God packs have been pulled. That's searching, says Alex. Throw that away. You know what sounds really yummy right now? I used to eat, when I was a kid, we used to make like a vegetable soup. I haven't eaten that in so long. Vegetable soup. It had lentils in it. Had tomatoes in it. Celery, carrots. Had some kind of vegetable soup seasoning. That's what it's the seasoning that I miss. I want to taste that again. I haven't eaten that since I was a kid. There we go. Da-da. Da-da. Tell that to my 8 and 6 gauges that closed up completely after 10 years. All right, there's a lot of booster packs. Take these and move these over here. We're going to go a quarter at a time, I think. Oh. Okay. Wow, somebody really wants this Dark Magneton. Mr. Hagai. You're making me wonder if it's, like, wrongly priced. I'm going to give it to you no matter what, but I'm curious about... Okay. Cool, man. It's a really nice price on a really lovely card. Look at that. Put this over here. All right, you ready? You know, because I look at that Dark Magneton and think that is a good price on that. 65. Here it is. Sleep. Cervical cancer is less common in female sexual partners of circumcised men. Who came up with this data? The group that wants you to trim your pee-pee? Here we go. Let's see. So what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to go on the internet and look for reasons why you shouldn't trim your pee-pee? Here we are. Let's see. Although cancer of the penis is rare. Yeah, it's probably for people who never washed their pee-pee, if I had to guess. There we go. Put this up here. That dick cheese is cancerous. Yeah, why don't you just, like, take a half second and, like, clean yourself? Some guy never cleaned his penis ever and got penis cancer. Therefore, you should have no say in whether your parents cut the skin off your penis. Let's see. Let's see. So here are some risks involved in circumcision. Lifelong pain, risk of bleeding and infection, irritation of the glands, higher chance of myotitis, inflammation of the opening of the penis, risk of injury to the penis. I I could probably do this all day. We could just go find cons list all day if you want. Pain after surgery. Impact on sexual pleasure. There are thousands of nerve endings in the foreskin that is cut off with circumcision. So the question is raised whether the surgery has a negative impact on future sexual pleasure and sexual satisfaction. Dr. Douglas Dykema, a pediatrician, notes that the few studies done with males who were circumcised show that some have found intercourse better afterwards, some described it as worse. The vast majority reported that it was pretty much the same, so that's unknown. I think that one of the problems is that when people self-report how sex is when they have a circumcised penis, is that it's like saying the feeling in your fingertips are just fine after you've trimmed your fingertips. But my question for you is, how would you know what it's like not to have a trimmed fingertip? There is a whole list of links I can click all day on this subject. The foreskin is a normal, natural, healthy, valuable part of your body. It's designed to protect the opening of your urinary tract throughout your whole life. When he's older, it allows you to experience sexual sensation and function that nature intended. Okay, there's a lot. Circumcision myths. Myth, the foreskin is just a piece of skin. Fact, the foreskin is a complex, specialized tissue, double-layer fold of skin, mucous membrane, contain dense concentration of nerve endings. It's an integral part of the penile skin system, not extra. The foreskin amounts to half of the skin the penis is naturally designed to have. It has many protective and sexual functions. Myth, the foreskin is dirty. Fact, the foreskin is a normal, healthy body part. It is no more prone to disease or problems than any other body part. It is well designed to protect itself. Myth, circumcision makes no difference in sex. Fact, circumcision removes the most fine-touched, sensitive parts of the penis and eliminates the mobility of the penile skin sheath. This drastically changes the natural sensation and dynamic of sex, decreasing the pleasure for both the man and his partner. It results in reduced lubrication, reduced female comfort, and tighter, possibly painful erections. Without the foreskin, sex is drastically altered from what nature intended. Let's see. There's this huge list. We could just keep going down it. Are you guys tired of talking about penises? You want to talk about cards now? Myth, circumcision is medically beneficial. Fact, no medical organization in the world recommends routine infant circumcision. Circumcision is neither necessary nor guaranteed to prevent disease. A person's behavior is always going to be more important in preventing disease than whether or not he has a foreskin. So what he's saying there is you just need to shower, dude. Like, clean your dick. Right? All right, here we go. Let's do it. Sun Van Fan. Woo! All right, so you can find list after list after list talking about this subject. And I find it fascinating how hard people defend it, but it's never people who are untrimmed. It's always people that are already trimmed, but you've always been trimmed. Your parents trimmed you for you. They made that decision for you. My argument is just that you should decide. And I think if healthy adult men were allowed to decide whether to trim the skin off their dick, virtually none of them would. Maybe like some tiny percentage of them would. And almost in every case, it would be for religious reasons. It wouldn't be because you go, oh yeah, that part of my body's no good. You would only do it because you believe that, God has told you to do it. I'm learning too much about the pee-pee. 100% agree that it goes against what nature intended. I also don't believe it's as big of a deal. Well, yeah, like I said, it's my opinion that you can still have children with the trimmed pee-pee. So, ultimately, it's going to be all right. Here we go. We got Baby Shining God Evil Life Form. Oh, man, change the subject. No, we're going to talk about pee-pees for the rest of the stream. Every time you say change the subject, I'm going deeper on the subject. My argument is I don't care about anyone's dick. Let me know if you would grade anything in my bag after this next order my wife Christy made, because I also sent for shipping, but we may not want to do that yet if something else needs to be graded. I hear what you're saying. So you're saying maybe take the shipping order and just apply it toward grading. I'll take a look for you, okay, Mr. Venomous? All right, here we go. We got Nikki. How was that fun, guys? We went on a PP expedition. Excursion, you might say. learning all about the female penis. Let's talk about long tummies now. Yes. I do feel like the subject is being beaten like a dead horse at this point. He just brought up like one case where it seemed that, it's healthier to trim your pee-pee. So I was like, here, let me pull up this long list of reasons not to do it. There you go. Very nice. That's 1/4 of the box. Next quarter. You Americans and your T-Day celebrations. Happy 4th. Let's talk about pee-pees. I feel educated. Here we go. Yeah, the circumcision subject, we talked about it for, like, ever. We used to talk about it on TheCardconomist. It's because it's like a hot button issue. And I think it's a bit dramatic, too. It's a fun thing to, perhaps funny thing to talk about. Here we are. Beat it like you stole it. Pound of beer and bong rips. Here we are. Can I have a free one? Says Eric T. Is this Eric Tavares? Got to look at the pros and cons for both. Did you talk about the riots in France? Yeah, so apparently in France, guys, they rammed a car into the mayor of someplace. Is it Paris? The mayor of Paris? They rammed a car into his home, and it injured his wife and kid. It didn't sound like it killed him, but it sounded like, they were trying to kill him, maybe. Holy. Hot button dick issues. The 16-year-old is now declaring he's a femboy. We're approaching dangerous territory. You're discussing peepees with the 16-year-old femboy. What are you talking about, man? I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to the whole crowd. And we're discussing medical terms, and we're talking about, serious political discussions about the rights to have your peepee intact as an adult. Not let your parents destroy it. Here's ZELLE Pursuit of Despair. Not destroy it, but alter it. There we go. I bet that the mayor is uncircumcised, says Pokemon. He deserves it! There's Sansoyo. France is blanked. Here we go. We got Son Goku. Why do you say that, Jam Bobby? What's your feelings on it? Here we are. Here's Warrior Left on Earth. It's called a debate. Let the adults speak. Here's Frieza. My mom made me 2 inches. I knew it. Here's Son Goku. Baby Shining Gold Evil Life Form SPR. This is Mr. Sun Van Fan's order. You got the pee-pee order here, Sun Fan, because we're talking about pee-pees in the middle of the order. France has a lot of migrants. Protect the children. Stop the pee-pee mutilation of the kids. The kids! So here in America, we get a lot of migration as well, but I feel like that's fine for America. America's a new country. It's not that old. America really ought to be a country of merit, a country of hard work and innovation. And if you want to come here and try to succeed, you should come here and try to succeed. I feel like France is called France, and it's kind of like a place for the French people, okay? That's sort of I don't know if you consider that far right or not. I don't call it far right. To me, that's just like common sense. Like, what if white people were taking over Saudi Arabia? Well, I'd tell the Saudi Arabians to fight back. Like, that's your country. So I feel like with France, maybe there could be a point where there's too much immigration and the ethnicity of the people changes so quickly that the French people become like basically a minority in France. I don't know if that'll happen soon, but in theory it could happen. You know what I mean? And so what do you guys think? Is that okay for like European countries to be a minority? Like, let's say British are the minority in Britain. Irish were a minority in Ireland. Germans were a minority in Germany. Is that all right? Like, how are countries meant to be, I guess is my question. And what does it mean to be French? What does it mean to be German? Small pee-pee pack. Stop the migration of pee-pee cutters. No! It's Sandy in France now, shooting lasers. What's the chase here? The chase here will be an SCR pull. So he's looking for a secret rare. And they're pretty hard to pull. And if he pulls one, he's going to be very happy. And he's going to jump up and down. He's going to go, yay! Small wiener or big clit? That's a good question. Depends on how you identify. There we go. Some pervy doctor probably collects our foreskins. That bastard. No, actually, they do something with it. Don't they, like, blend it up and inject it into, like, rich people's face or something like that? That's a real thing. Sandra Bullock was talking about it. She receives a skin injection, and it's made out of children's foreskin. You think I'm joking? It's not. She said this on a very public TV show. It was like the Ellen DeGeneres show. She was talking about it. She receives facial injections And I believe the facial injections are made out of like foreskin or something like that. Here we are. Am I wrong? Am I remembering that wrong? That was years ago. Let me look that up. Sandra Bullock explains getting a penis facial. So it's a sort of facial that is made out of foreskins, right? Here it is. People.com. We tried Sandra Bullock's penis facial. The serum is made from the foreskin of a baby's penis. So there's an actual industry around it, and they have no interest in it ending. They're like, we need that stuff. People buy it. You're learning all kinds of stuff today. There we go. All right. Sun Fan box number 2. Let's see. Son Goku. France has many problems. One is the way they were all told they could retire early, paid into the system, then invited the entire third world to go live there, and now they can't. Everyone knows why. Excuse me. I think what you're suggesting is that from a simple financial point of view, if you invite a lot of people into your socialist system who take more than they give, you can no longer afford to give out generous benefits to the people who gave more than they took. That's what you're trying to say. I agree. That doesn't have anything to do with race, by the way. That has to do with finance. If you invite a lot of people over, they're unskilled laborers, and over the course of their lifetime, they contribute less than they take. They give less than they take. They're takers, net takers. Then you can no longer afford the generous social payouts that you were going to give the original people. Here goes. It is one of the many problems with socialist systems. They promise a lot, and then there's never enough money. And everyone who has no money rushes over to you because they're like, wait, free money? You sure? We've got, whoa, Garlic Jr., Immortal Being. Oh, what we got here? Son Goku, Overwhelming Power. It is a financial issue. How do they afford something if they're not making enough money? Yes, the European system only works if people work. Exactly. But here's the problem that I want to pose to you guys as Europeans. When you offer a really nice system where you get like, oh man, I'm going to get retirement, you're like got a megaphone up and you're saying, come over here, we got the free stuff. That's what happens. So the whole world wants in because you're shouting to the world, we got the free stuff. And that is the side effect of it. That's the side effect of California absorbing all of the United States homeless people. Now, who has to pay for them? Well, Californians have to pay for them. Well, you guys were with the ones with the microphone saying, we pay for your stuff. So this is one of the reasons why it doesn't work. And I've been saying that consistently, like ever since I was on YouTube. Here it goes. The only thing that works is productivity. Everyone has to work. You have to pay for your own retirement, essentially. Here is Pan, like Peter Pan. Well, we'll just take money from the wealthy. Well, they'll just pack that money up in Switzerland and fly to a new country. What do you think of that? There's Shroom, Violent Mage and Assault. Here, oh. Golden Frieza, Evolved Emperor. Rah! Whoa, this guy's crazy. He looks like he's like golden and stuff. Whoa, bro. Maybe he will trade that armor in so that we can retire. Take all the foreskin and make a blanket out of it. Oh. How will we come for the free pokies? Keep your foreskins. Take free cash. My people will pay for my retirement, mister. Mister, they're making pizza ovens illegal in New York. It ain't right. Just another reason to vote Republican this year. They're taking away your pizza. Give me pizza or give me death. They'll never take our pizza ovens from us. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Those people who take away your pizza ovens are the same people who fly in private jets and they go on private yacht cruises with their rich friends. Two of the most CO2 producing inefficient items in the entire world. The entire world is a private jet who serves just a couple people, maybe like 5 people, and a private yacht. The same deal. So those things should be banned instantly before they take away our pizza ovens. They never do. So they say, you get no good pizza, but we get to keep flying around and dumping absolutely bonkers amounts of CO2 in the air. They're hypocrites. Well, they're not hypocrites. They're basically the new royalty. They own you. You belong to them. You're their little bitch. And they'll take your pizza away while they fly around in a private jet. So think about that. There's full strength absorption. Give me pizza. No pizza or foreskins? I'm out, says Gotta Catch 'em All. We voted to leave the EU as they control migration into the UK. Anyone in the EU could come live here before. Yeah, I actually strongly agree with that. It's one of the few reasons why I was like proud of the UK when they voted for that, by the way. I think that the EU is something you could always rejoin. And when you leave the EU, you basically say, hey, you know, you're not really serving our interests. Why would we stay? So the EU should be reformed as a sort of a trade deal, but you shouldn't have politicians living in a different country deciding who's going to live in your country. The only people who decide who comes into your country are the people who are stuck living in your country, because you actually have to live with the results of those decisions, right? So if some guy in France decides who you're going to take into your country, he doesn't live in your country, so he's not affected by the decision. He lives in his own country, really far away. So the people who live in your country should decide how migration should work. And migration's a big deal from a financial point of view, again, because what we know is when you have really generous social benefits, everyone from everywhere in the world who has less money than you wants in. Doesn't have anything to do with culture, doesn't have anything to do with skin color or race. It's just anyone who has less money than you would like it. And that turns out it's a lot of the world. A lot of the world is actually still struggling with finance and food. All right, what we got? You got to protect what you got. Sun Van Fan. No SCRs this time. I'm sorry. No SCRs. You got a lot of nice SPRs, though. Golden Frieza, Sun Goku, Baby Shining God, and Cell, Pursuit of Despair. Yeah. I voted it. Do not come. I'm going to come.
Do not come. I'm gonna come. Mr. Let Gold does not armor. It's his foreskin. He can turn it black and whatever he wants. BBC on command.
BBC on command. Oh, I gotcha. I voted for the EU, are terrible in bed with the Russians for cheap gas. That's why we voted migration has destroyed public service. Migration's a good thing, too, by the way, okay? So I'm not purely anti-immigration. I view immigration as like dating, okay? Immigration is like dating. You don't want to date every single person ever. You want to date people you're attracted to, okay? So immigration is a very good thing. You bring new people in, new blood, new experiences. It's healthy for your gene pool to have some new genes and all that, right? Like the royal families, they kept it in the family only, and then they came out all crippled and gross. So it's a good thing. But what you have is a financial problem. The people moving in, you're living in a socialist European system, and it cannot work if you just import everyone poor from the rest of the world. It just doesn't work. But let's say, you guys get a lot of people from the Middle East, for example. Let's say you only got millionaires from the Middle East. You probably would be fine with it. You'd be like, hey, our country's net value has gone up. They don't cause any problems. They buy stuff in the local economy. They keep the value of the real estate high, which is good for people who already own real estate. And they're pleasant people to be around, because people who are successful are generally, in my opinion, pretty pleasant because they're in a good mood or something. I don't know. That's not what's going on. You're taking in these huge boats of people who have not a dime, nothing. And that works in a capitalist society. That works really well. So they should be coming over here. But I think in a socialist society, what it does is it bankrupts you. You are paying for them to live on the money that you got taxed on. So for me, it's a failureship of socialist policies. It's just, they say every time the reason socialism doesn't work out is because you run out of money eventually. You run out of other people's money. Here we go, Sun Van Fan. All right. There we go. But, there's a more complex question of what do you want your country to look like now? So, one of the things people don't talk about is that, like, for example, in Britain, there's only a certain number of people in the whole country, right? When you compare that to everyone in the whole world, you kind of learn that British people are a pretty small people. They're a minority in the whole world. So if you open up the gates to immigration into your country, and it's just like anyone can move in instantly, right? you would just become a minority in Britain very quickly, because there's so many people in the world that just by the numbers can move in. But so I learned the other day that British people are a minority in London. That's so weird. You know, like, and I'm talking about actual British people. Not, I moved into Britain and I became a British citizen, but people who are ancestrally British. That's so wild to me. But maybe that's just the way of the world. I don't know. That's the way the world's moving. Christy Groff, 2 Merlin Series 1. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What do you guys think? Is it a bad thing? I feel like if it was white people moving into some other country, like a brown country, everyone would unifyingly, excitedly, angrily announce that it was a horrible, terrible, colonizing bad thing. And so it'd be almost a unanimous decision that it was bad. But okay, so it's happening to Britain now. Is it still bad? But I don't know. London is a melting pot. It's awesome. Right, so maybe the melting pot is what we want. Maybe that's the future, is the melting pot. Then you have examples like Japan. They're the opposite of a melting pot. Japan is 98% homogenous, and they have almost no crime. One, Sneaker Bunko. They have a lot of wealth per individual. They have some of the most advanced cities in the world. One, Disney. They're contributing the most to scientific discoveries, right? So they're contributing all these big discoveries. So it's tricky because it makes you wonder, like, what is a better system? One, round of shipping. Also, is there anything in my bag you would grade, and has my graded sticker been sent out or kept in my bag? Okay, now I understand all the questions. Are you ready, Christy? Christy Groff. So you're wondering if it's done grading. I'm going to show you the channel to look up the grading in, okay? So I'm confident if you ordered grading that it already went out. This is worth grading. That's cool. You could grade the naughty cards, by the way. So this card's pretty nice right here. This card right here is probably worth grading if you want it graded. So let's take a quick look in these, because you might pull something here as well. We need a social credit score, says Kevin. Yeah! I'm rich in eggs and family. White powder! All right, let's see what we got. Hail Santa. What do we got? Oh, look at that. You got a stamped Lilo and Stitch card. Here's also another card worth grading. So you got 2 cards that you could grade. That's Steamboat. Oh, my God. It's a tough question to answer because people get really sensitive about this. But you know whose opinion I would really like? I would like the British people's opinion, because very often the loudest voices trying to decide the outcome of the country are the people who are already migrating there. And it's like, well, hold on a second. We're discussing the topic of, you know, what should the country look like in the future? Shouldn't the people who is their ancestral home, shouldn't they be the ones to decide that? And so it's a fascinating problem that is already hard to deal with because of the changing, what's the word I'm looking for? Ethnicities in the country. Here it goes. Like I was listening to Germans debate this subject, and it was interesting listening to the different perspectives from the people who grew up in Germany because their ancestors are German, and the people who have moved there. And the people who have moved there are always very offended, very, very offended when they suggest, hey, Germany's for the Germans. That's like a taboo thing to say in Germany, ironically. But it's like, here I am in America. I'm like, that's not taboo at all. That's like normal. That's common sense, is it not? But apparently it's not. So we're living in a world where, you know, everyone's got a strong voice, and there's a lot of people that would like into Germany. And so they have a very strong voice, and the first thing they do is, if you say, well, Germany is for the Germans, they go, well, you're a racist. You're a racist. Germany's not for Germans. It's for me, actually. Here goes! Whoa, Beedrill! I'm British, my dad's Australian. See, there you go. There's some mixing right there. If we didn't accept immigrants, I would be less cool, says Nath. Hitler did 9/11. That's why Brexit was the only way to make your own choices over this country, be you white, black, brown, or blue. What about that Mewtwo sticker? Yeah, so the Mewtwo sticker, let me look into it. The one did we just pull one? Oh, this? Mew? Is it a non-hollow Mewtwo? If it's a non-hollow Mewtwo, I don't think I recommend grading it. I would grade this card, or this card, or this card. That's what I would grade if I were you. These 3 right here. Germany has a bad history of being patriotic. Yeah, obviously they made some really, really bad choices in World War II that goes down in history, and no one will ever forget it. In fact, I think in particular, it's their way that they did it, right? So the Holocaust was really, really horrific, and we had documented it so people can see it. So it will chase them for all time how horrible that was. And therefore, Germans should be a minority in Germany. Right. Is that the conclusion? Like, is that what we want? Is that what the Germans want? Punish thyself. You have no right to be Germany. All right, because there's enough people in the world to make Germans a minority in Germany, right? So that's a really important question about the future of countries. What does it mean for Germany to be German anymore? Does it matter? Or is there no such thing as nations? Are nations gone? That's what Macron from France believes. So Macron, he's all like, yeah, nationality bad, globalism good, everyone come in, please. How did the countries exist in the first place? Countries like France, Germany, Britain, Ireland, France. Well, they existed because there were unique peoples who said, we want a home country for ourselves and we'll defend it and we'll fight for it. So its borders were drawn along racially unique tribes on purpose. A long, long time ago, they said, we don't want to mix. We want a country for ourselves. So is progress getting rid of that, undoing that? Or are you basically just losing something that once upon a time, your ancestors fought and died for like crazy to create, to establish? So what is the future? What is the smartest move today? That's a great question. It's hard to say. What's the smartest move? We are. You could become a borderless economic zone, right? So there is no home for the British. London doesn't belong to the British. It's just an economic zone for London, for the mayor, or for whoever owns Britain, I suppose. Not the people, obviously, the rich. Whoa, we've got Doug Trio. He's so nice. All right. As a British person, I have one point to say. The term ancestor home seems a little weird because by the time of the Vikings, Rome was invaded. Right, so Britain formed with all kinds of groups. The Celts, the really ancient, whatever they were called, I can't remember them. Really, really, really ancient groups of British. They weren't even British back then, right? So they all mixed. So you guys, but you get a general feeling, right? So the British are a bit mixed, but they're really consisting of certain genetic groups. And you can pretty easily tell who's British by the way that they look almost. And so this sort of shared identity formed by around the time period that you start having all these European wars. And so you can tell who's who at some point. That's true for every group. And it's a great point because what you're basically saying is the concept of race is sort of abstract. Race is made up. We just made it up. Race is really the mixing of a lot of people, but eventually a sort of like collective identity evolves from those groups, right? Like you don't have to tell me what an Australian looks like or acts like. I kind of know. You don't have to tell me what a Canadian looks like. I kind of know, right? At this point in time in the world, I know. But it might look very different 2,000 years from now with a lot of immigration, with a lot of mixing, with, you know what I mean? So they change. So I have this theory that these sort of groups, they come out of sort of like the melting pot, right? So people are like saying we should become a melting pot. So I believe these distinct groups rise out of the melting pot and sort of defend themselves as a, hey, we're not like everyone else. We're distinct from you, and we're going to do things better over here. That's what happens. That's my concept of what nationality is about. So if you believe in forming a nation, what you're really doing is you're creating an exclusive club. You're saying, this is my exclusive club for me. Oh, I get it. The Doug Trio is supposed to be over here. That's why the Doug Trio wasn't priced. I was like, why is this Doug Trio not priced? We're creating a club just for us, for our people, and it'll be just us. And we'll have borders, and we'll protect them and die for them. And then the wealth that we generate will be for us and our children. But what's going on is in the future generations, people are saying, no, get rid of all those ideas. Let's go back to being a melting pot. Melting pots are better. Melting pots are better. And I'm questioning if it is. When I was younger, I said it was. Nowadays, I definitely don't believe in a financial melting pot. Financial melting pots are terrible because there's so many more people who are bad with money than there are people who are good with money. So a financial melting pot is suicide financially. You will definitely lose all your money. Christy Groff. So, has Venomous been trying to contact me? Venomous says, grade the Lilo and Stitch and the Disney card. I'm sending in for Express. All right, sounds good. I was born in Germany, but my family moved to California when I was 8 and have been here since. Does that make me German? That's a great question. Are you just your genes? That's a great question. Are you German or are you a Californian? Ooh. All right. We're sending in for the 3 Disney cards. Oh, 3 of them. Hold on. Well, this one's not a Disney card. This one is actually a Sneaker Bunko, but if you're sending in for that one, we'll get it graded too. We fought for our freedom from Britain. We should do a round 2. Here we are. All right. Very nice. So yeah, so these places drew up borders over time because they said, this is our home. This is our wealth. We don't share it with anyone. And we're young people who never had to fight, right? We're new generations. We're in the future. We're new generations. We never had to fight for anything. And we're saying, well, I don't care. Come on, come right in. My stuff is your stuff. Socialism good. Equality good. You're going to be equally poor someday, and then you're going to say, hey, equality is not that great. What's really great is when we can afford stuff. There we go. And that's one of those principles of nature in my eyes. So my philosophies all come back down to nature. I don't have religious ideologies. I have ideologies that I draw out of observing nature. So what happened was the British people made themselves unique from the rest of the world and uniquely successful. And in my opinion, if you do massive amounts of migration into Britain, eventually you will look a lot like the rest of the world. You won't be so distinctive anymore. You'll be sort of like, you won't be a place that people idolize or want to move into. So it's your exclusivity that makes you a nice place. Your success, your innovations, your culture, the things that you create, it makes you a place that people want to move to, your buildings that you build. All right. But if you let the entire world into your little club, it's not a very special club anymore. It's just like, it's normal, it's bland, it's the thing that people complain about. All right, here we go. Christy Groff. All right. Moved to California from Germany when I was 8 months and also Persian. So you want my opinion? My opinion is who you really are, you're Persian. That's who you really are. And you should be proud of that. And I feel the same way. I feel that your ancestral home, you have to keep that special in your mind. Because moving around countries is so easy these days. It wasn't that easy in the past. It's very easy now. You just get on an airplane. All right, I'm writing these down for Express. All right. Did my order 151 go through, says Matthew Hansen? It may have. We're still working through the orders. Yes, sit in, thank you. We want all 4 grades and the extra stuff shipped also. Oh, I see. Okay, so what you'll need to do is you'll need to wait for it to finish grading then. I'm Japanese. I was born in London, so I'm British, but I'm Indian by descent. It's common here in London. You get pockets of culture across the UK, like Pakistanis in Manchester and Chinese in Bristol. Well, again, so that makes you question what does the word British mean? Is British just a location in the world? And then if it is, then it has no meaning because you can just rename it. So I feel that I feel like this happens all the time. Like, if we just took all the Japanese off the island of Japan and replaced them all with Irish people, is it still Japan? And are the people living there Irish, or are they Japanese, or are they Irish? Well, I would argue it's the island of Ireland now. It's no longer the island of Japan, because it was actually the Japanese that made it Japanese. So it's a genetically distinct people with an ancestral history, a real one, right? So it's not just like a made-up idea. entirely, and they've made the country what it is. They've named it themselves. They gave it the name after fighting for it. So I strongly believe that what happens is you like, I call myself an American, right? America's just a place. The only thing that's in other words, the land is more abstract than my ancestral line. So the ancestry, the history of my genetic lineage is more real than the chunk of land I'm standing on at any day. So your people are real. Any land can be named anything if it's conquered. So the names of the land does not matter. Matt Hansen, 5 more, 151. You got it, Matt. So this is a really fascinating concept. We would talk about this on our walk sometime. I think it's similar with like nations. So the nation of Japan, the nation of Britain, those are just places. Those are just flags. They're symbols. The real victory was in your success in existing. So the fact that you've inherited all of your ancestors' existence into your existence today, right? You're not self-made. You were brought into the world by a group that has managed to exist for all time. Since the evolution of the human race. So you've evolved from thousands and thousands of years ago, and you're the collective genetic expression of all those ancestors that made it up to you. That's more real to me than the United States flag. The United States flag is a temporary thing. It's like a little, it's like a building. The building can fall, but you're still alive. Matt Hansen, here it is. We send for shipping also. Sounds good. But you want to wait until the grading is done, right? People make the nation. That's exactly right. People make the nation. British means you're born in the UK, so I'm British Indian, for example, not British English. If I'm Japanese and move to Jamaica, am I Jamaican? Exactly. So I would say, obviously, not. You're still, you're Japanese. But this is a really confusing subject. The question is, deep down, what are you? And the reason that this kind of stuff is important is because I feel like it gives you a better identity than just like a flag does. Your identity is not your flag. Some other person gave you that flag, right? We are. And I think that those flags, those national flags, are useful for the ruling class. They're not useful for the individual. Here we are. If you want to remember who you are, you have to remember where you came from, who made you. So the country of Britain didn't make you. Your ancestors made you. And so you should be proud to be Indian, not as much proud to be British. Although it's nice to be in Britain, and maybe you like the country of Britain so much, so you'd like to be British. You know what I mean? If more of the fantastic things end up real, then it would be very important. Here we are. If people originated and evolved somewhere, though, you can argue that someone coming in and wiping them out is unnatural. Someone coming in and wiping you out is the most natural thing that happens in nature, right? So the competition to survive is the most natural thing. And so your competition is to take land from another group, to take resources from other men, and then to F all the bitches because you're trying to spread your genetics. And that's the nature of everything. I mean, that's how all things are formed that way. So you exist because some horrible bastard in the past was like a caveman, killed all the other men or survived in some way, some manner, and managed to have enough kids that you today are alive. You're his genes. So I don't know how far back you got to go. Maybe it's like 20 generations of you. 20 generations ago, some guy was a bad bastard, and he was just vicious and survived in the wild. There were no cities yet. There were no tents even. And he lived like a wild animal and just killed and had sex with women. You came from that. You evolved from that. And it's a good idea not to forget that because that's where you originate from. But that's the nature of the entire world still. And to think that it's not that way because we live in a sort of like supposedly civilized society is to sort of detach yourself from reality, in my opinion. Matt Hansen. Mr. Matt! Let's get your bag, Matt. Oh, Matt, pulling a lovely Blastoise and a lovely Venusaur. But did you get Wigglytuff? Here we are. White people said, let's go, but now we have melanoma. If people originally evolve somewhere, I'm both. I'm proud to be both. Mr. Going Deep. Let's change the topic. All right, we're going to change the topic back to foreskins. Let's talk about foreskins, everybody. Next up, we have Jerry Chang, 1 Pokemon 151, 1 Sneaker Bunko. You got it. All right. Here it is. All right. All this stuff is really important because I think it concludes in a certain way. It concludes in a way where having a tribal group is humongously advantageous to your survival as an animal in the wild, because you are an animal in the wild still. That was my conclusion, is we appear to not be in the wild, but we very much are. We're still animals in the wild, just a much more comfortable wild. And having a tribal group that is clever and financially well off and intelligent is supremely advantageous. And so everyone's in a constant struggle to obtain that group, to be part of that group, and to call themselves that group. And one of the things that schools aren't teaching you is to play that game and to realize how important tribal groups are. I feel that liberals in America really understand the importance of the tribal group. And what Republicans in America say is, hey, we're above that. We're not about tribal groups. Tribal groups, that's tribal warfare. That's bad. It's not that it's bad. It is the way of the world, and you're a loser if you're not into it. It's a losing position to say we won't form a tribal group because, progress or something like that. Meanwhile, your opponent, who claims to be all about progress, is exclusively forming tribal groups. It's a losing position to fight by yourself. Jerry Chang. So this is how all of this concludes, by the way. Mr. Jerry. Tribal groups are extremely important. Did you need a new bag? He says, I have a bag. Let's go find it, Jerry. All right, there we go. We came from Homo sapiens, not hominids. Very small percentage of us are Neanderthals. Byron falls asleep with the CPAP machine. I heard about that. But mister, that's like exactly what us evolutionists believe. We evolved out of that. It's unnatural for humans to act that way. If anything, it's devolving. Are you talking about the tribal groups? Well, it's a theory that it's unnatural. Well, what is anything unnatural is a question, by the way, so that's a whole different topic. Is anything in this world unnatural if it all came from the earth? So maybe the word unnatural doesn't even exist properly. But you're saying that we evolved out of having tribal groups, and my question for you might be, are you sure about it? Maybe the devolution was getting rid of them, actually. All right, next up, we got Dylan Edward 5 Adventure Time. You got it. You know, when you see people with no community, no group, what you see is that they become isolated, depressed, sad, purposeless. That's what we're studying right now. We're finding out that when people do not have an identity group, when they do not have a community, they actually have a worse off life. Mr. Dylan, let me get you a fresh box. You think tribal groups only conquer. I don't believe that at all. Why would you say that, Super Dan? All right. Throw that over there. And we'll grab this. All right, Dylan. Soup. Excuse me. All right, Adventure Time is an excellent set. Let's see if we can pull you a nice card. Oh my gosh. Lumpy Space Princess. We got Jake. Sleeve this up. I have a theory that mixed groups don't work as strongly as a tribe. My theory is that they actually end up competing amongst themselves. This is like what you saw during the collapse of the Roman Empire. We evolved into tribal groups, and tribal groups are a product of declining to work together, not conquer each other. It's common sense. Oh, hold on. Let me read that again. We evolved into tribal groups. All right, I'm not disagreeing. Tribal groups are a product of deciding to work together. Yeah, I agree with that. Not to conquer each other. All right, you're missing a point, though, Super Dan. The real point to form a tribal group is because there's another tribal group that's about to kill you. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5 tribal groups all warring over the same land. And if you're not part of one of those groups, you're easy pickings. So Britain, France, Germany, Central Europe, all these places were constantly killing each other, but they were separate groups. And eventually they formed the nations that we understand today, Italy. So yeah, tribal groups were essential for not killing each other within our own society, but they were essential also for being able to survive the destruction of your home border, right? Because that's what a nation is. Again, a nation is a land with a border. So tribes were essential for war, right? Because you're all dying for the same group, and you're all dying for the same God and the same beliefs. So tribes were essential for war. The opposite of the opposite of not fighting each other. Here we are. All right. Can you see if a PSA 10 of that Lilo Stitch is sold online? I don't see one. I'll let you keep looking. I'm gonna open these, okay? There's only been 6 graded. It's all in PSA 10. Nice. Well, then you should get that one graded. We are, which I believe that's what we've done. It's a lovely looking card. Here's Princess Bubblegum, Possessed. In other words, if there's all these groups around you and you haven't formed a group, you're much, much, much more likely to be invaded by raiders and then sold into slavery or, just like conquered and owned and destroyed. That's why you have to basically become a tribal group or else you just get wiped out. And the idea that the future is for everyone to be tribalists and we'll all just be one big melting pot, that will work for about 2 seconds, and then somebody will form a group and wipe everyone else out. So those rules just play out over and over again. We are, look at that. Whoa! There are like rules to existence and they don't go away. Dylan Edwards. So you want to live in a really nice community? Well, everyone has to be in on it to form that community and be like, this is ours. All right, Dylan. And then you have to fight to keep it. You can observe indigenous tribal groups interact today. Experts believe we teamed up even with rival tribes to take on predators. Yeah, but you just said it, to take on predators. So like the World War II, Japan, Italy, Germany versus Russia, UK, maybe France a little bit, USA, right? So we did exactly that. But it's to take on a predator. So in other words, those bigger countries formed an even larger, more complex tribe in order to fight another group. But in other words, those groups are still very important. The concept of forming groups is essential. My daughter is a Lilo and Stitch fan. She's going to love that. Oh, nice. All right. Oh, wait a second. We need your 10 Kingdom of Intrigue. Let's get those as well. And I believe with this order, we are out of Kingdom of Intrigue. This is sold out. Mr. Dylan. Appreciate the order, man. So we are short 6 packs. Let me just double check, make sure we have no more. Yes, we have no more. So I'm going to go in and remove it. Kingdom of Intrigue is sold out. We have a restock on its way. Hit save on that. It was $5 a piece, so that means you have $30. There we go. Jim Bobby says maybe France a little bit. We're still fighting each other. My daughter's Lilo and Stitch. That can be observed today. Really only changes when there's a drastic change of similarities, like you said, like when a white ghost man pulls up to an island. I had Kingdom of Intrigue. Yes, sorry about that. All right. So we did not have enough Kingdom of Intrigue to complete the order. Oh, let me jump back over here. Dylan Edward. I apologize. We are getting more in. I just don't know when it'll arrive. 5 times 6 is 30. So, Dylan, this is yours. $30. Let's get these sneaked. All All right, you ready? So this concept of a tribe is a really important concept. Imagine that France became 25% French, 25% Chinese, 25% Indian, and let's do one more, 25% Filipino, because I'm Filipino. Is it still France? Why call it France? And what'll happen amongst those groups? Will they get along swimmingly? Or will they, like, fight with each other? Here we are. In your argument, those are other tribal groups, not predators. Modern wars are entirely philosophical, done out of desperation by small factions, rarely decided by the tribal group, the country. No, I definitely don't agree with that. You could do another Adventure Time and one Clayburst. Let's do it. Adventure Time and Clayburst. All right, nothing crazy coming out of those last packs. All right. There we go. First of all, the concept of what a modern warfare is really complicated, because you think a modern war is just like the United States blowing up the Middle East for oil. No, it's so much more than that. Modern war is a financial war in the future. Modern war is China comes in and buys a ton of farmland in Missouri. Now a chunk of Missouri belongs to China rather than to Americans. That's modern war. Dylan Edwards. And we work for them rather than the other way around. That's modern war. Here we are. Modern war has no border anymore. Modern war is about information and becoming borderless, becoming a borderless economic zone. That's modern war. You lose your country the same way, but there were no guns involved. There was no shooting. Russia's doing old school war, right? So they just got a bunch of tanks. They went into Ukraine. That's old school. New war is your country is gone. Your family's history is gone. The things that your ancestors built is gone. You don't belong where you were once born. That's the future of war. And that will happen all over the world in a peaceful way, in an economic way. Economic war is the future of war. You will simply be priced out of where you used to live. Here we are. Ooh, look at that. You will simply be priced out of where you used to live. Ooh. All right. You'll wake up in Germany one day and no one around you will be German. You'll be the only German. That's the future of losing your country, essentially. Dylan Edwards. Now, you can disagree. You can say that that's progress and good. Well, I think it's good for the people that moved there. I don't necessarily think it's good for the German guy who woke up by himself, only German. Here's Dylan Edwards. He might go like, wait a second. Maybe I prefer to be around Germans because I am myself a German. And so, is that racism? That's a really tough question for you guys to think about. I would say if you're going to think about that question, try to draw it back to your home country, wherever you originate from or wherever your ancestors come from. Suppose that this same problem occurred perhaps like in India, for example. One day in India, 25% of the population is actually Indian. The other 25% is, let's say, Chinese. And then 25% is Filipino. And the last 25%, we'll say Mexican this time. But only 25% is Indian. And the Indian man wakes up to go to work, and no one around him is Indian. Is it still India? Is he happier that way? Or is it maybe a more fractured and unhappy society that bickers over cultural differences? All right, Dylan Edwards. That's a real question to think about. Obviously, they're not going to talk about something like this in school. You have to come to some guy's Pokemon card stream and talk about it, because you're not supposed to learn about this stuff. Here we are. This is like the Pandora's box of talking about stuff. You're not supposed to talk about this. You're supposed to shut up. Here's Mr. Hagai, Dark Magneton, PSA 9. Shipping to my PayPal address. You got it. Modern war is systemic tactic control of the mass global population. Yeah, I mean, that's a fancier way of saying it, but I would say, it's economic. There are no borders. Borders don't exist anymore. It's actually just net worth. That's the only thing that matters anymore. There are no countries or nations. You just move wherever there's no war. You just move. And you don't have loyalty to anything anymore. There's no loyalty. Loyalty is for, like, the impoverished, to do something for the wealthy. So wars now is just to increase your net worth. That's all it's for. It's not for any sort of just thing. There's no morality. There's no religious purpose for war. War is really just a way for one rich guy to fight with another rich guy, and you'll go fight for him. which is, you could argue, what war always was about. But now I would say it's much worse. There we go. Because now when you win the war, there's no benefit for your people, and there is no such thing as your people. That does not exist anymore. There is no your people, because you would be a racist to say that. Mr. Hagai, let me go find your PayPal and get that address. If you ask most countries, hey, would you like to go to war? It means bombs could land on your house. They'd say no. USA is only so war proactive because we haven't experienced it on home soil. Much like your argument with the foreskin, we don't know any better. Modern wars, I already read that one. Mister's making sensual noises. Ooh. So it's 4:36 a.m.? Dude, how did the time fly? It's because of these riveting conversations. I feel so intellectually stimulated that I think I'm about to have a braingasm. Let's see, Mr. Hagai. I'm going to have to call no more orders, though, because we got to wrap up. All right, so you want it shipped to the address on your PayPal. All right, so this is an international shipment, and I want to check and make sure we get all your cards, because if you got any other cards, we want to add them. It's sad that a YouTuber encourages more thinking than a nation's leaders. Well, I would argue that a nation's leaders have an interest in making sure that you're not educated. And it's not really just the nation's politicians, because the politicians really are just sort of placed there to work for the people who voted them in. So really, it's actually the wealthiest people who have absolutely zero interest. In fact, maybe they have an incentive to make sure that you remain uneducated. So to obfuscate, I can't say the word. Obfuscate? I know the word I want to say, but I can't pronounce it. Obfuscate? Obfuscation. Wow. My brain wanted to use the word. It's like I couldn't pronounce it.
Obfuscate.
Obfuscate. They want to obfuscate the truth. That is such a weird word. You never hear a word where B and F are next to each other. Obfuscate. I don't know. All right, let's get that shipping done, Mr. Hagai. They might have an interest in hiding the truth, in other words. Because if you could only think clearer, you might not like what they're doing. All right, let's take a look at that PayPal address. Okay, let me clear this one out. We're going to start a new address for you then, because the one we have is a bit different from the one that you have in PayPal. You ready? Obfuscate. Oh, I think that's correct. Okay, there we go. Let's grab the email. Okay, we got the email. Let's grab that phone number. Wait, do I still have a phone number for you? Let me try and see if you sent me a phone number before in a previous transaction. Did I win, Lily? Mr. is sad. I agree, Super Dan. I don't agree with any war. 100% true. Prussia was super scared of this and used school as a tool to make them soldiers. Prussia. They're gone now, right? Mr. Hagai, is there a place I can get your phone number? Oh, here it is. Okay, and then... Yes, I have your phone number now. Perfect. Okay, so he gave me the phone number in Discord. So I've got that. And now... we're almost done. There's no mail pickup on Monday. Just letting you guys know that. All right, we're printing it. Whew. Come on now. Oh my God, it's not printing. It's all about controlling resources. Well, what I was saying is that the wealthy people do not want to actually work for the government. So this is a very important kind of like understanding of why things are running this way. It's frozen, man. It's not printing. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it says not responding. Let's say you're a super duper duper wealthy individual. Do you want to die defending China? Do you want to die defending Australia? Do you want to die defending Britain? Or do you want to be above the government? So all wealthy people in the world seek to be beyond the control of their particular government, or any government, so to speak. And so their interests become globalist interests. They're like, I'm not a citizen of the United States. I'm a citizen of Switzerland. I'm a citizen of any country that'll treat me well. And this is one of the dramatic ways that the world is changing. Because it used to be that the wealthy people in your country fought for you and for your people, and they were your neighbor. They're not your neighbor anymore. They are sort of like just this borderless person who goes anywhere that they think is going to be best for them. All right, so Mr. Guy, the shipping software is frozen for the moment. We're going to move on to the next one, and we'll catch up and make sure that we get that done properly. So Christy says, grade the 3 that you recommended for grading. You got it, Christy. Javier Arroyo says 2 151s. There we go. Wait, I want to learn a new word, mister. How do you spell it? Obfuscate. So I had it in my mind, the word. It means sort of like to deliberately make something like a smoke mirror or something like that. To spread it around and make it confusing. But it looks like this. There's a B and an F next to each other, and it's like my brain didn't want to pronounce those 2 letters. Obfuscate. I obfuscated your mom with my Diglett, chat. There we go. So, like, let's say there's a debate going on, and your goal isn't really to argue one or the other side, but to make everything a lot more confusing. You might obfuscate that thing. There we go. Obfuscate the truth. Yeah, I'll go look up a dictionary explanation for the word. Is that software really broken? Is it not going to start at all? I think the software is completely smashed. We're going to have to reset it. Christy, you got some hollows, Christy. Thank you for the order. I appreciate it. I obfuscated your mom. Wait, this wasn't Christy. This was Javier. Javier, let me grab your bag. We already did Christy. The same Addy on my wife Christy's PayPal is the same to mail also. Sounds good. Diancio Gonzalez, 3 Lost Origin, had a field day last month after turning 21, which I found out I do not like alcohol. You had a field day? What does that mean? You mean you went out drinking? There we go. Yeah, if you drink too much, it'll make you throw up. But I don't like the actual drug effect. I don't like feeling all dizzy and slow. All right. Some people really, really like it. They're like fully addicted to it. All right. What do we got? Obfuscati. Diancio. Panic Mask. No, that wasn't our order. I know, I'm sorry. That was Javier's order. Here's Radiant Steelix, looking really well centered. Oh, these might be good for centering, huh? Curious. Here's Malamar. All right, thank you, Diancio. Lost Origin, very popular set. All right, so Diancio. Dio! Let's find your bag, Diancio. I'm going to call no more orders again. We are done taking orders. Shoot, man, I'm not going to have any free time after the stream. I need to have a little time to rest. What's up, VCast? Dionysus. You need a new bag? Is this new bag territory? Diancio. Now, Diancio, don't drink too much. I got to go swimming today. It was so beautiful outside. I vomited after after the trying to down my first shot. You vomited from a single shot, bro? That's actually really funny. So you did not agree with alcohol even slightly then, because that is not very much. I have a bag already. All right, that's what I thought. Be sure to mention if you got a bag, guys. It really helps. Is that a big bag then? Maybe it's a big bag. Okay, it's not a large bag because it's not here. I come every once in a while. I should still have a bag. Okay, so it's an older bag too. Dominic Diancio. There we go. All right, it was way back there. How many booster packs in a box of Dragon Maid? 16 packs in a box of Dragon Maid. If you're ordering a box of Dragon Maid, I'll stay up just to open that one thing for you, okay? Yeah, 16 packs. Because I would love to finish selling off Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid, Dragon Maid. Because I got so much of it. I bought too much of it for some reason. All right, Edward Carranzo. There we go. What do we got? You got a little Yoda. And Pete Pan. His name's Pete. I am sending out. All right, we'll get a box of Dragon Maid open for sure. That sounds nice. Cinderella. Cinderella. Do. Damn, stream's long as hell. It's a 4-hour stream. That's not bad. Consider we only had one stream today, so it's not bad. 5 hours a day would be my goal, but we've been doing closer to 4 hours a day. If I get the daytime stream done, though, it's closer to 5. Here we are, Edward Carranza. Still taking orders, says Aaron? Oh, Aaron, I need to wrap up. What do you think I've made out of opening orders for? Well, let's see. I'll take one order from you if you order right now, okay? Now, let's see. Mr. Emiliano says, 10 Nightmare, 10 Cyberstorm. All right, you mean from Nightmare? I think he means from Nightmare. Cyberstorm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Richard Vidal, 1 Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid, Dragon Maid. It is Mr. Emiliano's turn. How's it going, Emiliano? Hope you're having a great weekend. It's the 4th of July weekend. I regret not formally inviting you guys over because I wouldn't mind having some company on the 4th of July. Maybe like a party is what I mean. I don't know. Just didn't do it. I need like somebody to organize my life for me. Okay, that's 10 Cyberstorm. Put this back over here. And then he said 10 Nightmares. That makes me think from Nightmares, because I don't really know what else that could be. Like this? You got a little bit of time left to tell me if that was wrong, but I think this has got to be it. 7, 8, 9, and 10. There it goes. Lovely. Okay. Nobody jumped into that new Magic the Gathering break. Did you guys notice that? We set it to $5 a spot. Nobody jumped in. Not even one person. People are questioning if they want it as badly. There's no One Ring anymore. There we go. You know, if they never mentioned One Ring, people probably want it because they never knew what they missed. But now that they know that the One Ring has been missed, they're like, I don't know if I want it so much. I think there's a sort of deflationary effect on the value of a pack when they put 1 of 1 cards in them and they get pulled. Okay, Protect Code, Talker. This is Mr. Emiliano's order. The movie Peter Pan, tell me about Epstein Island. Yeah, creepy. You know, all those rich, powerful guys, I was saying this in another stream, it's not like they stopped wanting to have blank with kids. So just because Epstein's gone doesn't mean that they're not doing it somewhere else. That's the creepy part. So somewhere, some leader is having, you know, sex with underage people. Crazy to think about, right? Here we are. Here we are. What do we got? We've got S-Force Nightmare or Night Chaser. None of the actual people who were involved in that got punished. Pretty much only Epstein did, and he mysteriously committed suicide before he could talk about it at court. Very interesting. All right, the Bistral Aluber. I want it. I'll get it tomorrow. There's still rings out there that are going for a few $100. You know, that sounds cool, man. We got these packs to sell through, and I'd love to see you guys pull a serialized ring card. That'll be fun. That island is still open. I heard somebody bought it. Somebody bought the island, but I'm sure it'll be used for less nefarious things now. Okay, you ready? I'm smoking some Blue Jay Dream. Blue Jay Dream. What the hell is Blue Jay Dream? All right. He's not dead. That's right. They supposedly killed him to help him escape. It was all a ruse. All right, very nice. Emiliano. We got Gao, Lightning. Here's Prish, Strago, White Mage, White Powder. Whoa, Matoya. She's a spicy Latina. I don't know what she is. I'm just saying stuff. Here's Sabin. Cat in the Hat. Fat in the Butt. Here's Sid Highwind. You hear about the submarine deaths? Is there an update on them? Tell me about them. Tell me the update. Snow. Mary, Mary, quite contrary. Clavat. Okay, we got Clavat. Sophie. And Zach. Whoa. There we go. All right, lovely. Mr. Zach. So no Cloud Chase card popping out of here. From Nightmares is really popular right now as a cloud set. So people like that set. That's for our friend, Mr. Emiliano. You're going to have a box in no time, Emiliano. This box is sort of getting taken over by the E-bags. It's supposed to be an F box. Where did we put you? Oh my gosh. EF is always so, like, messy somehow. I don't know why. Aha! Here you are. Found you. Thank you, Emiliano. Appreciate it, man. There we go. Order still open, says Cheese. For Cheese, anything. Richard Vidal, box of Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid, Dragon Maid. All right. I'm wishing you the best in this. No problem, Mr. Emiliano. You playing the new Final Fantasy game, I presume? I noticed there's been an uptick in interest in the Final Fantasy cards ever since the new game came out. Okay, that's a little box topper, but I don't think it's a very valuable one. I don't know if any of them are really that valuable. Who's better, Mozart or Beethoven? Obviously Dvorak. I'm new. What's up, Yusuf? How's it going, Yusuf? Welcome. Welcome to our Pokemon card tribe. We're just a little bit better than everyone else because we're an exclusive group. All right, what we got? Who's still here? We got 160 viewers at 5 a.m. in the morning on the weekend. Are you guys going to have a nice 4th of July? 4th of July is a big holiday in the U.S. People like to, it's a federal holiday, first of all. There's a lot of barbecuing, a lot of fireworks. People enjoy hanging out with family. You remember watching Dragon Tales as a kid in my square box TV? I'm 25. I remember it. Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales. They were always teaching Spanish, and I never understood that as a kid. As an adult, now I understand it. There we go. Because it's public access television, and we were getting a lot of immigration from Mexico, and so it's a good skill to learn, to be able to speak a second language that's relevant. Here we are. Oh! I was like, why are they speaking Spanish? There we go. Here we are. I'm surprised there's not more like Dragon Tail memes out there. Some shows really got all the memes, didn't they? Like SpongeBob. Here we are. But SpongeBob was like on another level, wasn't it? SpongeBob was like drugs. It was so good when you were younger. Beethoven, duh, because he was a dog. This is Marshall Weber. Okay, here's this. Yeah, I like Dragon Tales. It was a nice show. Obviously, the best show was Arthur, though. Hands down. Arthur got a lot of memes, didn't he? Here we are. All right. I wonder if they'll be making new memes out of kids' show these days. I guess they have to, you know what I mean? Because it's not like kids are going to find stuff like Arthur's relevant 20 years from now. Clifford the Big Red Dog. I actually remember being really, really, really young and watching Winnie the Pooh on my grandmother's television before she passed away. I missed that, man. There was a sort of tranquility that I don't think I've ever experienced that in life again. You can only have it in grandma's basement. It was a really warm, furnished basement with sunlight that comes in. And when I was over there, I remember my mom was always in such a good mood. I don't think my mom was well suited to having all the kids that she had. And so when she was at her mom's place, I think it was basically like a load of stress off of her. She's like, all right, you watch them. We go down in the basement. They had old Winnie the Pooh TV shows and another one called Spot. You guys ever heard of Spot? Spot was like a dog or something like that. So calming. I must have been like 6 or 7 or 8, really, really young. My relatives would come over, and it was just always very lovely. There we go. Between the Lions. That's an old one. Random says, yep. Oh, so you might think it was Spot also a PBS show? Hold on. So Spot might have been... No. So Spot was a really old TV show. Here it is. The Adventures of Spot. By Eric Hill. This right here. Recognize it? Really old. So we had that when I was a kid. We had that on the television at my grandmother's home. And it's one of those like permanent memories because it was such a tranquil time. You really felt very, very safe and like everything was okay. Wishbone. Is that what I'm thinking of? That was the one where they would do the stories, right? Magic School Bus was awesome. Magic School Bus, when that show was out, that was when I was learning how to read. And I remember we had Magic School Bus books, and I would sit there trying to enunciate the words, and I would struggle, right? And then it hit me like school. It doesn't look like it should be pronounced school. It looks like it should be pronounced like stole or something like that. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, wait a second, this is school. That's where the word Magic School Bus comes from. I remember as a kid going like, that's a stupid way to write it. At least our schools. Yep, those core memories. That was for our friend Richard Vidal. So Richard, you walk away with a pretty fancy box. You got an OFR. So these are considered more rare. And then these are the Maid Dragon rares or something like that. Very nice. And then you also got some sexy cards like this holo here and this big booby girl. Even if they're not holo, I try to pull the card for you so you can add it to your box. Mr. Richard, let's find your bag. You got a lot of cards now, Mr. Richard. Blue Dragon, Doug. I didn't grow up with cable television. We were too poor. We missed out on a lot of cable television shows. Doug eventually made it to regular public access television. But I didn't never really get to watch a lot of it. Reading Rainbow? It's in a book. Take a look. Reading Rainbow. Yeah, I loved Reading Rainbow. It was awesome. It was awesome. I didn't like Sesame Street that much. When I watched Sesame Street, I felt like I had attention deficit disorder. Because Sesame Street was designed like this. They would have their story. You'd get about 5 minutes of story. And then after that, there would be like these 30-second like clips. And they were like educational clips, like counting and shit like that. But it was like always really trippy. Like whoever worked on it was probably high out of their mind. And it was really flashy and weird. And then it would go back to the story. And yeah, by the end of it, I felt like I was dumber in a certain way, like an attention span way. I was like, what's going on? My brain hurts. So, ironically, I did not feel smarter watching Sesame Street. But yeah, I liked Magic School Bus a lot. That one was really good. All right, guys, we are up pretty late together. I had a lot of fun swimming today, and I got well rested at a weird time of the day. And so I'm probably going to go set up the treadmill, and I got some weight to lose. So we got to go swim. We're supposed to start at 5:30, but damn, it's already 5, and I have not rested after this stream. I had a lot of fun. Happy 4th of July to all you guys. I know it's July 2nd, but a lot of you guys are going to be on vacation or trying to vacation in some way for July 4th. I already hear fireworks going off at night out here. People love fireworks out here in Lake of the Ozarks. But so people came down for the weekend, of course, and the roads are so full out here. It's the most crowded ever. You can't drive anywhere. It's awful. I will see you guys tomorrow for the Sunday night stream, and I hope you'll be there. And we'll have more giveaways tomorrow. I'm thinking for 4th of July, we should have a lot of special giveaways. What do you think? So please be coming back to that, and we could talk about penis foreskins and tribalism and nationalism versus globalism and what you're supposed to do. We have all kinds of interesting conversations if you wish, or we can just talk about Pokemon card investing. I do not care because either way, I have to stream for 4 hours. I'll see you guys there. See you later.